slide over. No. Oh! That didn't sound good. Stop. Sorry, I think it was over my microphone port and it reconnected. Hold on. Sorry, I said that last there. If it was bullshit. But anyways, my finger was over my microphone port. And I said, hey. And if you're not doing well, I don't know. Well, people need to learn how to drive. I ain't laughing at what you're telling me. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of shit that happened today. I'm laughing at something else. I apologize. Oh, Lord in heaven. Me? Yeah. But I don't exist in my family. You know, I'll be I'm family when it conveniently fits them. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't really exist in my family. So. Bro, people terrorize me into trying to kill myself. Uh, That probably wouldn't be the smartest thing to do, Tobias, but okay. I'm not sure what kind of guilt trip manipulation route you're trying to go here, but like, hey man. By the way, if you want to know what time it is. Oh wait, it's 1:14 now. All right. Yeehaw, boy. Oh no, official, you saw someone die. It's not the end of the world. I'm not saying become a genocidal fucking murdering maniac, but like, bro, it's not the end of the world. I don't fucking tell you. No. Hell no. Can't be with me. I do shit alone, bro. I'm only responsible for myself. I don't know what the bullshit you're gonna get into, and I'm not being a part of it. Creepy? What do you mean creepy? Go to Israel, they'll help you. That's a pretty random statement there. Purified water. What's up from America, man? Okay, Tobias. I don't know what you expect me to do. I'd advise you not to do that, but okay. But if you take that personal decision, it's on you. Like, you ain't guilt tripping me into anything. It's pretty selfish too, by the way. Well, I'm just gonna come on this person's live and say I'm gonna kill myself. Okay. Like, that's pretty selfish. Like I said, hey from America. What do you mean? What do you mean I don't prioritize correctly? I guess that's cool, Sharuk. Welcome back. Hope you're having a blessed day. For the most part, Mason. Nobody liked contributing to me. That's for sure. Very select, seldom few. Well, I'm going to be quitting smoking cigarettes here soon. I'm kind of getting fucking tired of wasting money on them. It's in the description. My Cash App is. He's got to scroll all the way down to the bottom. But I mean, thanks for everybody tuning in. I hope y'all having a blessed Wednesday today. Feel free to comment down below. Appreciate a like and a share and a subscribe. No pressure, but I greatly appreciate the support. And no, it's pretty hot out tonight. It was like 94 today, and it just got done pissing rain, so it's very humid today too. The breeze feels pretty good right now. It's cooler than it was today, but it's still hot. And I would have kept streaming League of Legends, but obviously I was having technical issues, so I'm just coming over here to fucking like be on a quick stream again to prove people I'm alive. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my social media, but I'm honest to God tired of spamming my fucking social media with censorship. Like, I'm not here to debate the fact that a content creator can delete my comment or like have me blocked as a user. I mean, that's within their right as a content creator. Like, I'm not here to debate that fact. But, you know, when it's like odd hours of the day and like, you know, every other random like thing I'm getting censored, like, no. And before I chase a lot of y'all away with a lag, sorry, I tabbed out to open my Cash App. It's just taking 5 years to open. And I don't want a bunch of people to leave because the fucking stream's overlagging. I'm trying to accept it because it might reject it. That's why, like, I really don't like say I have a Cash App these days because it never goes through. It might have went through. No, I was tabbed out. That's why I was lagging. Sorry, I was on Cash App. I appreciate the donation. Thank you. I'm just making sure it went through. Yeah, it went through. Cool. Yeah, it did. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. I just don't get into specifics. So, I try not to get, like, into the amount people that donate me or anything. Oh, no worries, man. I appreciate it. Like, hey. Like I tell people, I don't try to talk myself out of money, man, but like at the same time, a like, a subscribe, and you being an actual return viewer and like, gonna view the advertisement on like my monetized channel, like that's worth its weight in gold. After you watch about 10, 20 ads, I've kind of like, if you've watched a few hundred ads, through that month, I've made a couple dollars off you already. You know what I mean? So I don't want people to feel like, I guess the words I'm looking for are less worthy being a part of my community and my channel because they don't have money to donate to me. And I don't want them to feel like I'm going to look down on them because I don't. Like, they don't donate to me. But, like, in reality of, like, the revenue for my channel, that's worth its weight in gold, quite literally. Mind you, I'm an acquired taste because I'm a random, like, person. I'm like an amoeba. You really don't know what you're going to get. Does anyone speak this language? I don't know what this means. Could have just told me to kill myself. I don't know. It sounds familiar, bloated goat. But I might be misinterpreting them from like an Arthur to a book or something. I'm not cutting my hair, dude. I'm doing the Jesus Nazareth way, where I don't cut or trim my hair or beard. There's a lot of teachings of Jesus I need to follow, but that's one I can win at every day. No, I'm able to work. I had a part-time job. I mean, I'm still on the schedule there, but it's safe to assume I probably got fired. I don't know. And then I'm monetized on YouTube. So, I mean, this is my job. I mean, theoretically speaking, I get paid for all that content you see. So, and as I said before on the previous stream yesterday, like, there's a lot of technical issues I'm dealing with. Like, outside of my behavior, some streams and me screaming and yelling in some of the topics I'm on, and my opinion that some people don't like, it's very controversial. There's some other shit going on with my channel and like my viewers rate and everything else. So I'm doing real funky shit and it's kind of silly. Yeah. Me, I'm at like 9,000. I'm still small time, but like, big, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm fine, bro. Like, dude, I don't have any mental health issues. I'm a perfectly sound, healthy, like 31-year-old male. You know what I mean? Like, I may or may not have cancer if I'm fully, truly tested for it. Just the amount of cigarettes I smoke. It's probably a safe assumption to assume I do have it. Other than that, like, the only other medical issue I have right now currently is hematemesis right now, which is pretty much just an ulcer. And like, it's a bleeding ulcer. It's internal bleeding. But other than that, I'm mentally sound. Like, bro, I was taking, like, the SAT type, like, fucking tests in, like, middle school, bro. Like, they pulled me off into those, like, special classes. But when I went to those test rooms, I was like, fuck this, I don't want to do all this extra work. Fuck that, Because at this point, like, I kind of, like, started getting into Xbox Live. And it was kind of like, fuck my education, which was a big mistake. I mean, I'm still intellectual and can learn. I mean, everything you want to know is on Google. All you gotta do is cross-reference the information to make sure it's accurate. It's not some fucking jackass in the sewers just posting something off the wall, you know what I mean? No, I don't have a vehicle. Workspace. Bro, I feel blessed every day I'm out here. Dog, I ain't like locked away in a fucking box working a, like, 8, 12 hour double shift, getting paid dirt money. I mean, like, the only thing that does kind of suck is not having like a way to cook food and like have leftovers. Other than that, like, it's not humiliating. I don't want to call it the SAT, but whatever that fucking, like, those advanced tests are for those people. Where you get pulled off and it's like, because you're one of them all A students type thing. And they got to find like curriculum that's a little bit harder for you specifically because you're like more intellectually developed than the class. What do you, I'm not like, I really should block you, user, for asking me or making such a grandeur statement, but okay. I don't get any pussy because I choose not to. I'm not a fake homeless person, but okay. It'd be over a fire, but I can't have a fire within city limits. So even on one of those like little propane little cooking stoves, it's technically a fire within city limits, and you can get in trouble. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's certain woods you can go into and just build like a Dakota pit or something. You know what I mean? Or people won't see the fire anyways if it's during the day or night. You build like a fire trench around your fire so nothing like sets on fire. Obviously, there's been dry out. You don't want to light a fire because, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna get here into the micromanaging of fire management. I'm not a fucking fire marshal, but there's ways to cook food. But I haven't let myself fall that far. You know what I mean? If I'm gonna do that, like if I'm gonna homestead or something, like I'm not homesteading. Let me rephrase this and phrase it correctly. Like I'm not trying to homestead. I'm just homeless. No, you're trying to be rude. Like, bro, I could steal your girl from you in a heartbeat if I really fucking wanted to. Because I already know you probably beat and raped that bitch anyways. Don't worry, she'll come talk to me about it on a proxy fucking account. Tell me all about the fucking shit you did to her. No, not getting drunk, bro. I don't get drunk, dog. How do I eat when I'm broke, bro? I'm not broke. Like, what do you mean? I mean, I am broke, but I got what I'm got money in the sense like I'm not worried about like my current needs at the moment. I look at wealth more than materialistic items. I don't know. I'm just having to do an interactive stream because people will not leave my technology alone. I can't go and like comment on other people's channels and their content and just be like laughy emojis or post my opinion. It's getting censored. And then I would be playing League of Legends, but the game quality of that stream has gotten to be just menus and me raging. So that's not really entertainment value. So I'm here to do the interactive stream. Because this seems to be where I get the most retention rate, anyways, and y'all are fucking cyber terrorists and will terrorize me into getting into this interactive stream. Because I don't know, you come up with some Narnia delusions and I'm fucking dead or something, or I've defected from America. I don't know what crazy ass bullshit you try to involve me in every fucking day. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I would quit fucking wasting America's time because when that dog does bite you, I'm not gonna feel bad for you. Because you're really wasting that dog's time, and like, again, I'm not gonna feel bad for you when that dog finally fucking bites the fuck out of you. In the theoretical terms of speaking here. I wouldn't say I'm telling them, but okay. And whatever the fuck that is, we're just gonna do that. We're all gonna spam that dumb shit. Hey. No, I don't get pussy more than anything because I choose not to. Like, I agree to that. The last woman I was with, dude, I was 23, she was 38, bro. Like, trust me, I was the type of guy that would fuck anything that moved, bro. I was a satyriasis. It's the male equivalent of being a nympho. But that woman, she fucks me up and made me reevaluate what I want from a relationship and everything. So, and like, tamed me, so to speak. And I appreciate everybody tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed Wednesday. Feel free to comment down below, like, share. I appreciate subscribe. But like the whole rambunctious days of being like young, dumb, and free, like, or in a phrase, old coworker I used to have, I'm not really, I don't feel like living the days of being young, dumb, and full of cum type thing, and just doing stupid, irrational shit just because I'm young. That's pretty gay there, bro. Nah, I doubt I have more money than you. I got you. Have a good one. It's like 1:30 in the morning here. I'm doing all right, hard timer. How about yourself? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a blessed day. I mean, I miss being younger, but at the same time, I don't. Because at the same time, I mean, really, with like, unless you go back knowing what you know, is it really going to change anything if you were younger? Just because you're going to go back to doing irrational shit because you can be irresponsible again because you have no responsibility. Most people would go back to being a kid to be irresponsible, not, oh, I need to focus on my education. Maybe to their Texas Justin, maybe. But there are some realities I kind of got to accept that, people don't understand and will think I'm crazy. Like, me having a home is probably not the best option. No, not really. RIP. And even if I had enough to get a spot, I don't have the credit score for it. So, oh, my bad, hard timer. Sorry, I'm reading through all these messages. I mean, I'm gonna say yes, but I don't want to lie to you. Like, the restaurant, it could be cooked better at the restaurant. So, like, no. But yes, it's like good barbecue. I don't know what happened to the quality of it, but like, it was good. Okay, Anthony. It's completely random, but I hope you have a blessed rest of your day as well. What do you mean? Oh, how do I explain this without getting demonetized? Because somebody can easily report it. I don't want to speculate, Oak Ridge. It looks like it I'm not speculating anything. I don't speak for America. I don't speak for anyone in reality. I just give my damn opinion, whether it's asked for or not. Whether they try to censor it or not. Like, bro. I'll definitely get back into my self-mutilation for sure. That is something like unfortunately my wife's gonna have to deal with, and like why I've also accepted the fact I'm like gonna be single. I guarantee you that bitch, when she wants to go use the bathroom, she has to run in there and take a piss or something. You know what I mean? She ain't gonna want to walk in and watch me just go on to town, son. And then just sitting there, bloop, 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 bloop. I am not peak perfection. I am not Jesus Christ. So, that's actually kind of funny. Your name's Sel. I get the joke. I am not peak perfection. No. I am omnipotent. I'm kidding, Lord. I do not mean to mock you. That's the joke. I'm sorry. I'm just on a stream joking. Possibly Oak Ridge. If I had to guess, I don't know. Yeah, I feel free out here. I don't like, bro. I mean, I got responsibilities and like shit I gotta take care of, but like, yeah. Lander, I'm 6 feet above ground, aren't I, Lord willing? Like, I'm doing great. How about yourself? Because Oak Ridge, like at the same time, like I'm not like some people. I ain't trying to have like a cult mentality type thing here. You know what I mean? Like I get the situation; it's not good, and I'm not trying to like normalize violence to put it in umbrella terms, so to speak. Because some people, what they do when they die, they look at them as a martyr, and then you got everyone over here kind of just like, yep, put them on the chopping block, like comfortably. You know what I mean? But logistically speaking, it looks bad. But like realistically, you understand why it's happening. All right, Mr. Smith, you have a good one. Hey, from America, you have a blessed rest of your day. I don't really have a favorite energy drink. I used to drink a bunch of Monsters when I was younger. Bro, I ain't starting a cult. Excuse me, too, by the way. Well, I appreciate that, Lander. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Hope you have a blessed rest of your day. I do have a Cash App and PayPal in the description up here. He's got to scroll all the way down to the bottom. There's just like a brief explanation of how I ended up homeless here. It's a whole lot more complicated story. I thought about putting a braid in it occasionally sometimes. I got really like thick curly hair. This is true, Dragon. Not sure, Rip. And even if I had $1,000, it's not giving me a place to live. That's not even last month's rent right there. That's going to be I'd have to be $500 at 1K, and really it'd have to be cheaper than that because it's not counting your internet, utilities, and everything else you got to cut on. So, well, I appreciate that, Outlaw. Thanks for tuning in. No. I don't think people think I'm a cultist. It was a legitimate question from Oak Ridge, and I was just answering it. I'm not trying to shy away from it, for sure. Given like the rest of the political content I post, I just try to like give it a rest on my interactive streams. I will talk about it on these, but like, you know what I mean? But a lot of people don't want to get involved in that war, so like the US actually, like, I don't know. Excuse me, my finger's over my microphone port. But user, I believe in God, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, most sacred Bible. I don't like labeling it. I don't like saying I'm Catholic or Christian. Just because, in my opinion, I feel like it's idolatry. Because I feel like the Lord's home's divided. And I'm not trying to be too covetous here, because I'm not trying to distort the word of God. But when you think about like religion towards God, Jesus Christ, most sacred Bible, you got Christianity, Catholicism, Presbyterian, Baptism, Mormons, your evangelics, you know what I mean? And I can keep going. I don't like labeling it. No, you're good, Outlaw. I get it. But no, they were asking me, do I believe the U.S. is going to strike Iran? And I was like, I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate and everything, and I don't want people to think I'm a cultist. Because, at the end of the day, when they die over there, they like to consider their people a martyr. And, we're all kind of over here like, hey, we're going to kill this person, and, no one really fucking cares, like, in all honesty. Everyone else is kind of accepted, like, yeah, these people are going to die, like, and it's kind of like but it's understandable why that's happening, but like, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to normalize that. It's like, because that's what it kind of looks like. It's not. It's a hard. I'm over here stuttering because it's a hard thing to like verbally, like, and in depth explain. Well, I still ain't gonna be able to get a place to do the 3K unless I find a house for rent that is like owned by a landlord and they like really rent it out to me. Other than that, they're gonna run a credit score check, and my credit score is not good. So, and even then, 2 to 3K is not enough for last month's rent, especially if I get somewhere with an apartment that's not income based. Because last time I was homeless in 2020 during COVID, the apartments running here for a single bedroom, they look like they're like, $800, $900, but you got to add in all the extra amenities, which jump it up to about, 2 Gs. And then you got to make first month's last month rent, which means you got to make $4,000 a month before you can even get considered for that application for that apartment. Like, been there, done that. Like, I'm in North Carolina. And usually there is income-based housing where it's cheaper, but like, at the end of the day, those are full and not many people want to leave those. And trust me, like in 2020, I was working 2 jobs full time, like, and I still was not making enough to make first month's last month rent. Well, I'm not sure what state you're in. It's double here, Outlaw. So if your rent, like, after all the amenities and everything are added on, if your rent's $2,000, you got to make 4,000. You got to make double. I appreciate it, but if I more or less had $3 grand though, more than anything, I would like invest in like into some things that would make sure like ensure like the better quality of my stream and to like provide better entertainment value for my stream and to get more like viewers and stuff because I'm trying to like really make this my full-time job. And then when I get a little bit more bigger and like a better foundation, like I can really take this on the road. So that way, when I end up in a state somewhere that's like really never been heard of to people, even within the states, like, it ain't who the fuck are you? It's, oh, it's you. You know what I mean? So that way I don't put myself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because I can be really mobile with this stream. Jesus Christ, that's ridiculous, Scott. And it's happening in Washington? Wow, damn. That's rough. Excuse me. Oh, I appreciate it, Louie. And like, I don't like the title of this stream's not to get people to come in here and feel bad for me and for like me to manipulate or guilt trip you. It's just, hey, it's day 1007. Like, welcome to the journey. The something maggots thing is more or less those fucking faggots like who was messing with my technology when I was trying to stream League earlier. Because like I said, I have a playlist and there's multiple videos where I can stream for multiple hours for no problem when I first got this phone. So I was having to be more rational with my reactions because I don't know. At some way, shape, or form, I do have a level of influence. It may not be big, but it's like, you know, it's enough. And I don't need people to like start developing bad behavior. When I'm on here raging, I don't like, you know, it's done happening and everything. I can't go back and change it. I'm not even going to apologize for it. That's just who I am. But like, you know, there's a time and place for that. And on a live stream ain't it, that's for sure. Jesus Christ, Rip. And I do appreciate that though, Louie. My dad's dead. And then my mom lives with my brother. And then I just exist in my family, bro. Like, you know, when I get as many subscribers as Mr. Beast, if not more, when I get more, like, that's when, like, I'll be a part of my family. Like, oh, I'll exist then, you know what I mean? Well, I don't even know what the fuck that is, Shady. A big rail? Talking about like a guardrail on the side of the road? Oh, he had stage 4 lung cancer. Oh, no, I don't do drugs. Well, I mean, he died in 2020. I wasn't a kid. Oh, yeah, Sharuk. Oh, yeah, he's dead. I poked him right in his fucking eye. Never mind, kissed him on his rigor mortis forehead. Over there, just, Oops, sorry. I don't want to seem like I'm disrespecting the dead. I'm just being honest. But the same thing is, though, the ironic timing is like the same day he got cremated, somebody released makeup that was cremation color. Kind of pissed everyone off. And a gender reality aspect, you know, that's. I'll just leave it there, though. I ain't gonna go far into that. I don't know. A bunch of people like doing that sneak diss and shit and think it's sneaky and hidden. Just because they get the standard, I don't know what you're talking about, you're crazy route. Like, no, we ain't playing that game today, son. Like, this foot's going up your ass. No, I'm fine. It is what it is. Life goes on. Like, I didn't even cry when he died. It took like years later before I actually like cried. Like, once I knew he was dead, I just picked his fucking phone up and just went to work. Yeah, I believe in God. I got you. Yeah, my dad died in 2020 of cancer, and then my cousin died. He supposedly killed himself, which I find hard to believe. Well, I wouldn't say they supposedly killed himself. Like, supposedly fell in a fucking watershed as an environmental scientist and, like, honorably discharged Marine. But I'll save that conversation for another day. Then my uncle, he died in a motorcycle accident. My other cousin killed himself. Uh, and then my granddad died of cancer. And then my uncle died of cancer. Oh, sorry, my finger was probably over the microphone port. And then damn near lost my mom to a 4-point like an aneurysm. Because that thing got about as big as it can get before it pops. Right now, League of Legends. Because it's free to play on the mobile. Yeah, no seed, but if I put my finger right here, blah 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 blah. If I put my finger right there, it fucks it up. And where my microphone input port is like right where you can comfortably put your pinky under your phone. I mean, my pinky goes right over it. Yeah, you get used to it. I don't know. It depends on the individual more than anything. Men are pretty simple creatures, that's so. I got your rip. I mean, I ain't hiding anything. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, bro, tell me I get to meet Jesus quicker? Let's go, baby. Stop being a pussy. Bro, why are you watching me and your mom last night, Sam? Well, I appreciate that, Gage. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you have a blessed rest of your day. I've been homeless for 1,007 days. Really, it's been longer than that. Because I was homeless in 2020 because of COVID, but I had a brief home, so I don't count those days. Oh, I got you, Cole. That's unfortunate. Is there any what near where I live, Sharoop? I got many favorite verses, Melissa. One of my favorites, though, is for, forgive them, they know not what they do. Well, I'm not gay, and I don't exactly want to be pegged there, Sam, so. Again, I don't know why you're wanting to reenact what me and your mother did last night. That's kind of creepy. Yeah, you go to the light. You go get to meet God, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, Most Sacred Bible, and get judged. I'm in North Carolina, Eli. Oh, there's afterlife, Rip. It's just whether or not you're written in the book of life. And I'm not going to sit here and be covetous and dictate who gets written in that book or not. You know what I mean? I will assume there's a safe assumption on some people. You know, like Hitler, I'm safe to assume he went to hell. You know what I mean? So, but I'm not going to get covetous on people and assume I understand, like, God's thinking and judgment. Yep, Jordy, Jesus is the way. I did, Tyler. Don't worry. What the fuck is that, Melissa? No, I'm 2 hours from the beach and 2 hours from the mountains. Oh yeah. I mean, that one's a pretty safe assumption too. You know, won't forgive you if you did, like, don't protect the little ones. I remember that verse. A lot of people going to hell for that one. That, like, bro, go get a $5 crack hoe. Like, goddamn. And I mean, that bitch gonna suck a golf ball through a fucking hose, son. Like, I leave the fucking kids alone. I appreciate that, Bryson. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you have a blessed rest of your day. Oh, my leg pop. And thanks for everybody tuning in. I hope y'all are having a blessed Wednesday. Feel free to comment down below. I'd also appreciate a like and share and subscribe. It's day 1007. What do you mean added up in days? Like, what? Well, if you're talking about hours, I think that'd be about like 24,000, like 240,000. But it'd be more than that because you got to do the 7 to the 24 hours. So what? That'd be 8, 2, 6, 168 extra, what? So like 256,000 hours. Or no, I think it'd be no, 100,000. Because 10 24, 240, that'd be 24,000, that'd be 30, yeah. I know, it would be 256, 258,000. That'd be 240. No, 68. If you got to carry the 2 over. It's warm now because it's summer. What do you mean, why, Honda gang? Yeah, La Fiesta is better. I don't know where that came from, Bloated Goat, but yeah, La Fiesta is better. And it's easy, Nikki, because it's tens. All you gotta do is add the zeros. And then for me, how I do it up here, I break it down. So, like, let's say, you have, like, as it is there, 1,007. I'll just do 1,000, pull all the zeros over, and then just do the last multiplication with the 7 that's, not been multiplied and just add it together. Seems like a little bit extra work. If I do it on paper, I would, like, not do that. But, like, in my head, it's easier to remember that way. Excuse me. On paper, I would not solve it that way. But when I gotta do, like, math on the fly in my head, that's how I break it down. Because you can usually get yourself on the right placeholder of zeros and commas and all that when you do it that way. In years, it's only like 2, it's almost 3. I'm 3 months away from, like, yeah, literally 3 months away from 3 years. Sorry, everybody. I was responding to a comment on my YouTube. Apologize for that lag spike. Someone is claiming my censorship is coming because my cache needs to be cleared on my YouTube, but I regularly clear it. Oh, them barking spiders. Am I getting any housing soon? Probably not, no. And I'm going to be honest with you, the day I get housing is the day World War III breaks out. And then I become homeless again and somebody in the royal family dies. I'm telling you, like, that's how it's playing out. And even then, if I don't get a home, it still happens either way. I don't know. Hey, don't like it, blame God. And in reality, I don't want you mad at God. Like, hey. No. I mean, I can get welfare and all this other shit, but I'm not going to, like, leech off the system. Plus, I'm monetized on YouTube. This is, like, my full-time job. And then I did have a part-time job. Like, I'm on the schedule, but, like, I'm not scheduled any days. Like, I haven't worked in, like, 3 weeks. I used to work. I'm assuming I used to work. I mean, like, I'm assuming I got fired, but, I mean, at this point, I don't know if I'm ever going to work there again. Like, but I used to work at AutoZone. That's the fuck I was working at. That was that whole part-time job I was talking to y'all about the whole time. I used to work at AutoZone. I travel around my city a lot, but I mean, I didn't get, like, haven't been told I've been fired. Like, my name's on the schedule, but I ain't been scheduled any days. I got told truck day got moved to Sunday, and I never got scheduled on a Sunday. And I was hired part-time, and I was only scheduled, like, 1 to 2 days a week anyways. And even then, like, they did all the paperwork for me to, like, be able to be a driver there and drive around to stores and, like, mechanic shops that order parts from us. And, like, never got to do that to get more hours. So it is what it is. And then, like, at the same time, like, my boss has threatened to throw my phone in the fucking sink and shit like that. And then I'm getting accused of misplacing items in the store, and I work there once a week. And then we have $2 million worth of product in the store, and they're trying to claim we don't have cameras in there, so they're trying to entice me to steal from the store. So there's like no respect whatsoever towards me. And then he overheard the fact that I got a stream of 9,000 subscribers, so the motherfucker pretty much won't like give you hours. If he hears that about you, you got another job that pays better or anything like that, your hours are getting cut. They're a terrible boss. My coworkers, on the other hand, are great, but like, you know, I've heard all the ins and outs about that motherfucker through them. So, and I'm not here to get them in trouble or cause any drama between them, but like, I've seen it for myself. I like staying in one place, Cole Johnson. I don't like being in the wrong place, wrong time, being accused of a bunch of shit I didn't do, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, no, that's Matt. You know, we know how he is. Like, he definitely didn't do that. You know, he's a law-abiding homeless guy. Like, he's not out here really being rambunctious and breaking the law and, like, you know, tweak the fuck out, breaking people's windows, like, threatening people to give them money and shit like that. You know what I mean? God only knows what people really do. You know, just look at California and their homeless problem. And what they let them do there. You know what I mean? So there's a standard safe stereotype they have towards the homeless. I just have to endure it. And bro, I've already worked at like dog. I've worked at McDonald's. I've worked at Burger King. I've worked at Bojangles. I've worked at Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Domino's, Marco's, Little Caesars, Ruby Tuesdays, Jersey Mike's, Cracker Barrel, Yummy Japanese Steakhouse, Craft Art of the Taco, Chow's, O'Charlie's, Jersey Mike's, Subway, Taco Bell. Where else in the food industry? And a lot of these places have cross-contamination issues. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, or give you food that's past their, like, hold time, or their best by date, or, you know, they have washed where they hold your fries in the mop sink where they dump chemicals out. You know, there's, like, mold buildup, cross-contamination. Like, you name it, I've seen it. No, I'm not selling my kidney. Go away. I walk around. I do have a bicycle. I just don't use it. I gotta fix the bolt on it. I just ain't done that. I am at work right now. It's my stream, and I'm not at work. It is fucking 2:30. It's 2:13 in the morning right now. I'm from North Carolina. Gabagool. I don't know what the fuck that is. Cherupe. Have I seen any skinwalkers? Yeah. But that was years ago. I'm assuming it was a skinwalker. It could have just been a deer that was just like, look at this stupid fucking human. But, you know, usually when I'm screaming as loud as I fucking can at a deer and it, like, you know, telling it to get its ass back in the woods and it turned around and looks at me like it's Mike Tyson and it wants to go 10 rounds, like, I'm starting to question whether or not that's really nature looking back at me. And then at the same time, when I'm recording this deer while that's looking back at me, I don't see it in like person, but like when I look back at the footage, like in the background, up like 7 feet up a tree, peeking around, there's a fucking red eye looking like at me through the woods that I didn't see until I saw it in the footage later. A skinwalker is pretty much a fucking like druid, long story, like a shapeshifter. I don't want to say druid. You know, if it wants to be a bird, it can be a bird. If it wants to be a cat, it can be a cat. If it wants to be a bear, it can be a bear. If it wants to be a bug, it can be a bug. There's not much you can do to really fucking stop it. Other than knowing the person, allegedly, the lore is, unless you know the actual skinwalker's real name, like you're supposed to say their full real name to them, and then like within like, I think 3 to 7 days they die, or you got to use like some silver arrow that's like made out of a specific piece of wood and a species of tree that is like extinct and like going extinct. It's like some ashen wood tree, like quite literally. And I think it's got like it had like a silver arrowhead, I think, from like the lore I read on it, to deal with like a skinwalker. Like those are some of the ways to cure it, supposedly. No, they are a part of nature. Well, I'm saying cure, but cure means kill. It's kind of like if you deal with jinns. I think if you deal with jinns, I think you need like iron. I think it's iron and copper, like bracelets or something, like keep them away or like lock them away or something. I think it was iron or copper bracelets, and then like if you use like ash like on the ground, you can kind of like see where their footprints are supposedly. According to some of like the base like demonology book I read, kind of giving you an understanding of like how to beat it outside of God, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, Most Sacred Bible. Yeah, I can hunt what I eat. I just choose not to, so because the ecosystem is really fragile. And if I legitimately ate off the ecosystem for 1,007 days in this small ass town, I would have fucking destroyed this place. And I can only imagine 30,000 people in this town having to live off the land right now. Like, this place is going to be eaten dry within the first week. Being homeless gives you a different perspective on, like, reality. And how fragile everything really is. I mean, it's a blessing that we do have such a quick, like, society. I don't know the correct word. I'm trying to use fancy words, so I apologize for like all the stuttering and shit. But like how quick society is. If I want to go get hamburger from the store, I can go do that. I ain't gotta wait for a cow to grow up to a certain size and like I can go get hamburger. And trying to curb the diet of 30,000 people is going to be really hard. And then, some people take precedence over other people because you got medical issues and they have to eat to maintain their blood sugar. You know what I mean? Like, it becomes a very vast, major, like, complicated problem. And it's like, that's kind of why I like being homeless as well, because I do want to be president of the United States of America. I'm just not 35 yet. Like, I'm 31. I got to wait 4 more years. Like, by the time I can run, I only got like a month left in the election for the 2028 election. Yeah, I get my food from restaurants and stores. I appreciate that, Connor. And like where I was going at with that though, it was me wanting to be president is I'm homeless right now. So I know what it's like being at the absolute fucking bottom and like what people actually have to go through and what like actual change needs to be done to actually help people. Because a lot of help people can't get help because irregardless of the homeless shelter, they do have a capacity limit. President of the United States of America, what the fuck? Where else do you think I'm gonna be president of that? Hey man, if you're hungry enough, Nikki, you'll eat a rat. I don't drink liquor. I got cigarettes and I got food. I'm going to throw that trash away, but I got food. I already done ate it. It was Parmesan knots and medium pepperoni pizza. Yeah, but I can't have a mini fire, and a grill is technically a fire. And by fire code, yes, they can write me a ticket for that, and I can get in trouble. So, like, no, thank you. And at the end of the day, I don't need to invite nature to my campsite. Squirrels are fur wrap, bro. It's a monkey cat put into one. I appreciate that, Nikki. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate that, TLC. Well, see, Nikki, here's the trick. There's only one flavor when you do that. Charred. Burn it. You burn it, and you ain't got to worry about shit. It's just, well, the only thing you have to worry about is breaking your teeth. You'd have to scroll back in my older videos. I want to say it's day 977. I made a shelter video a little bit after that, Cole. And then I want to say yesterday I was streaming in my shelter, but like one of the videos yesterday I was just screaming and yelling pretty much the whole fucking stream. Because people wouldn't stop fucking with my technology and I was having a fucking legitimate crash out. Do I dip? No. Hey, Laura. I mean, I've had I wouldn't consider like the ons and like Zen's dip. I consider dip like raw tobacco. Well, I wouldn't say raw, but you know where you. I don't know, Riley. It depends on who you are and the entertainment value you have. Just don't be like one of those worthless women that get on here to fucking be an e-girl. Like that shit's becoming a problem. Not only here, but Twitch. Like, I'm not here to like put people on a pedestal, but I saw Asmongold react to that shit. I almost want to like screencast me reacting to it. That becomes a problem because I even commented on his video. He was talking about like, 300 people being on that one stream. You have 300 people with one person, or 3,000. I think it was 3,000, but for 3,000 for one person. You times 3,000 for one person times across 10 people. That becomes 30,000 people that could be watching somebody else for entertainment value that are not looking at some woman trying to degrade herself on the internet and ruin the sanctity of her marriage. Long story short, Bob, that's pretty much like I've scrolled through the chats. I've like kind of trolled myself a little bit just to kind of like not do it permanently, but just kind of mess with people and be like, yeah, you see what I have to deal with. But most of the people streaming I go scrolling through are not people that have popped into my stream. The master race. I wouldn't call white women a master race. The only reason they're like it's because their society finds it more acceptable. And some other societies don't find that acceptable. Like, if you find your wife naked on the internet, like by law in some countries, I don't know really anywhere, but I know probably somewhere you can like murder your wife. You know what I mean? Technically by their rules. People forget that where they're at some places. Like, you have the right to be like, Trump's a piece of fucking shit. But people forget they call someone else a piece of shit and then go tour in their country and wonder why they're fucking getting arrested and there's an international situation. You know what I mean? I don't think about that. Hey, bro, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Hope you're having a blessed day. Yeah, I have a P.O. box. Yeah. And at the end of the day, like, I don't want my partner to be like OnlyFans model type thing. I mean, maybe if they're retired, I could kind of maybe accept it, but even then I couldn't, because at the end of the day, I'm hypothetically at the water cooler. I really don't want to deal with people being like, boom, there's your fucking wife getting railed by somebody, bro. I don't want to deal with that shit every day. So, like, women don't think about the long term ramifications of their actions. They just see the brief momentary value of like joy and like materialism. They don't start thinking about the long term effects of it. Well, men are kind of fine-ish until you get kids. That's when you start really looking bad. I mean, you still look bad going through a bunch of women, anyways. But like, by society standards, people don't look down on it too much. They kind of call them a pussy or a faggot if they're like be monogamous and loyal to one woman. But I'm in North Carolina. Bro, I'm monetized on my stream. And literally all I gotta really do to move in is like that's all my shit to move in. I mean, I got some other stuff, but like it's not a lot. It fits in a closet. Like it's just clothes and like a box of like memories. Well, I don't know why we're trying to turn this stream into my sex life. I choose not to get pussy. Because again, I'm looking for a woman that's like I'm gonna have a serious relationship with and grow with. I'm not looking for a woman that's just trying to use me and manipulate me for my stream to benefit herself. And then create a victimization situation of drama with me and my stream and like, that whole relationship, whether it falls out or not, in this hypothetical situation of me getting in a relationship. I appreciate that chance. No, you are trying to be a dick. You don't, dude. Don't try to come in here and lie. That's a dick statement. No, you're not just talking. Like, no, you can just shut the fuck up and leave. Like, I wasn't kidding, buddy. I am. Well, hell's got to freeze over. Because biblically speaking, pretty much women turn into fucking rampant whores. Long story short. And sex is everywhere, like it is. Well, I appreciate that, Sin. I am monetized. There's no if on being monetized. I am monetized. The only reason I ain't making money this month is just because I duplicated my AdSense account. That's it. Because I made it through Google, not YouTube Studios, like you're supposed to. That's the only reason I ain't getting paid this month. Or really last month, excuse me. And like, if when I do get paid this month, it'll be very little. I'll like maybe I don't know. I don't know how much I make. I haven't had to go through my blind test run yet. Because when I got monetized in May, it would have been like the last like week and a half of May to have like earned money and revenue. And that week would have been a pretty good determination what I'd make every week. So, not a lot. I mean, I want to get a house, but not anytime soon. There's other shit I want to do and like explore and see. And being locked down somewhere, dropping like a few G bars on that a place right now just ain't worth it when I could save up and stack that, and still get me a cheap place to live, and like have a bunch of money like stacked up. You know what I mean? Because at a certain point, realistically, when my stream grows and everything else, and I start making more money, I am gonna have to get a home and like a little bit better security aspect. Or you will have to end up watching somebody get shanked or shot on YouTube live. I have a P.O. box. Getting hotels by the week's really expensive. The last hotel room I got, and it hurt my stream. Like I was getting like on average 20 to 30,000 viewers every stream, and it could fluctuate maybe a little bit less than that. It could be maybe 10,000 to like 60,000 a stream, but on average it was typically 20 to 30,000. And I mean, I could stream for just 45 minutes and get about 30 to 40,000, 20 to 30,000 views. But when I got a hotel room, like 2 weeks after April 24th, like everyone dipped. And that hotel room that I got that night was like $179. No, we don't even have anything like that here. The cheapest fucking like ran down ghetto motel here is $100 a night. I've talked to a lot of people who stayed at that thing, and they know it's $100 every night. Yeah, you can. If the subscribe button's not right here or anything, it should be up here in the three dots with like, share, and all the other stuff. There's like a brief description to give you an idea of why I'm homeless out here. It's a lot more complicated story. I'm in North Carolina. I'm 2 hours between the beach and the mountains. Oh, and just for like another proof's sake here, because earlier in the stream I did it. I'm gonna do it again here for you. Ow. Like I said, I did it earlier this stream. Today's the 18th, right? Yeah, it's after midnight. Let's do it again. I'm writing through the damn camera. Time is it? 2:33. A lot of people come in here claiming I'm AI. Sorry, I have to, stomp out some Narnia delusions. I'm 2 hours from the beach. I haven't been to the beach since like 2016 when I had a car. I drove there for the day and chilled on the beach, watched the sunset, and drove home. Yeah, maybe where you live, Cole, not here. I mean, I don't know why you're trying to fight me on the fact that I'm telling you the cheapest ghetto rundown motel in this town is $100 a night. I don't know why I'm having to repeat myself on a fact. Okay, buddy. No, we're not. I'm not AI. But people, I know some people are being trolls, but no, some people are being serious. They don't think I'm a legit human being. Or they do some weird form of tactic to try to divert attention away from me, and pretty much just parrot everything I say, just with their little twist on it. That's it. Yeah, it's AM right now. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't do it, Cole. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll get a hotel room to like shower occasionally if I can't find a spot to shower. But like, wash my clothes. But the longest I've been out here without showering has been a year before, quite literally. Like, I'm glad to be male because if I was a female, bro, I'd be struggling. But I would never be homeless if I was a female. I would just tease my fucking way into a fucking Bugatti. He think he getting laid tonight. Yeah, that usually is what happens when you allow 8 million people into a country. You kind of fuck everyone over. usually that's what happens. I mean, you just start to really expend the resources you have. I ain't lost shit. No, and I'm Sin's message should have came through. I hit show on it. When I get money, Sharoop, you act like I get $400. Like, bro, I'm not like these other streamers where they're getting like $10,000 and they're over there mocking a cancer patient, bro. Or they're over there in their bra on the live stream degrading men as like all men and then misrepresenting all women. Anyone that listens to that woman and her relationship advice, like, I'm sorry, they're going to be a very alone, upset, angry cat lady. Yeah, nothing. That woman is nothing more than a meat toy, a momentary meat toy. No. And I'm not like sitting here with a toilet seat around my head with fake shit on it, beating my head, screaming into the camera. That's random shit. So, I mean, if people want to donate their money to that, like, more power to them. But, like, hey, I could put it to better use. Excuse me. But at the end of the day, I sit here and tell people I don't try to talk myself out of money. I mean, you're like and subscribe and being an actual viewer, and that's worth its weight in gold. Like, shit, I'll take $10,000. No, I'm not gonna do no ASMR. I'll listen to some sometimes to go to sleep. I won't lie. No, I don't sleep with the stream. I wouldn't sleep here. If I was asleep here at this spot, I am incredibly fucking tired, and you should probably leave me alone. Because I usually sleep out in the woods where I'm like out of sight, out of mind type thing, and no one's gonna fuck with me. So if like I'm sleeping in like visible view, like I am incredibly tired. Like I wanted to keep going, but at some point when my head hit a point to where it was comfortable, that's when my body said, "No, motherfucker, you're done. You're going right to sleep." There was no say in the matter of fighting consciousness anymore. Oh wait, look, there goes the cockroach too. Oh, it's coming back. Hey! That's my bag of trash. I'm putting all my trash in. Don't worry, I'm gonna pick all this shit up. Dude, it's nighttime. It's 2:30 in the morning. You literally just saw me write the time down on a piece of paper. Like, homie, look, it's dark outside. Yeah, it's East Coast. Yes, I have a little shelter. Like I told you, if you go to my prior content in my videos, this is like near day 977. I made a specific shelter video. Sorry, I was reading a message on my YouTube, a comment. Sorry about that lag spike. Oh. That would be really complicated to do in the middle of the stream, and I don't want to lag and cause a bunch of people to leave, so. Plus, also, like, at the end of the day, I'm going to be single more than anything because of my mouth. No, her getting called, her just being assuming I'm calling her a bitch and cunt, bro. It's done and over. I'm in the doghouse for fucking the rest of my life. I said the trigger words. I said the forbidden word, cunt. You can't say cunt. You call her a cunt, bro. It's over. Like, you getting beheaded, son. Like, probably literally, but it's more of a theoretical statement. Yeah, sure. Whatever that is. We're just gonna do that. Me, I'm 31, bro. Oh, I'll say whatever I want. It's free country. Kiss my ass. It's not. This stream ain't made for kids. There's a fucking kid in here. I'll fucking send him to Italy in a heartbeat. And by that, I mean I'm booting him and banning him. Okay, for the trillionth time, I have a shelter. Well, I'm trespassed from McDonald's. I was trying to protect the handicap spot. I wouldn't even say protect. I just made a half-ass comment that somebody parked in the handicap spot that wasn't supposed to be there. And I just made a half-ass comment under my breath of like, wow, somebody parking in a handicap spot that ain't handicapped. And like, bro, they fucking got like butt hurt. To the point they were threatening to shoot the McDonald's employees. And that's when I was like, this situation has escalated way out of hand. Like, bro, you can threaten to shoot me all day. I don't care. I get threatened to be killed every day. Nothing new. But when you start threatening innocent people that have nothing to do with the situation, that's when we're going to have a problem. And the McDonald's that I'm at, there's like 12 regular customers. I don't want to say 12. That's a pretty specific number. Like, you know, damn near double digits of regular customers that are like disabled that come in there every day type thing and need that spot. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, I think I would know what I'm talking about as a homeless guy. No, I don't do drugs. And then, hey, Potato, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Name, you're probably not. Because my kid would not, my kid would not be up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Whoever was raising you and letting you stay up at 3 o'clock in the morning, like, as a kid, like, they're in trouble. I mean, it may be summer vacation time, but like you still have a bedtime. It may not be bedtime, which it would be for school, but nonetheless, bedtime. I'm a fat ass Gary. I like all food, as long as it ain't exotic. And by exotic, I mean, you start getting into livers, brains, genitalia. But other than that, I like all exotic food. Or, I mean, oh my God, I said that wrong. I don't like exotic food. Other than that, I like food. I'm being fucking dyslexic here, saying shit backwards. Oh, me too, Devon, but I had a bedtime. When I was a kid, I had to go to bed after Who Wants to Be a Millionaire ended. That's when I had to go to bed. And then, like, when it was like the weekend, I think I got up to stay up till like 9 or 10 at the latest. Or actually, I think it was 9, 8 or 9 o'clock. And then, like, when I got to like high school, I think I could like start staying up till like 10 or 11. I had a bedtime all the way in high school, dude, until I graduated. Now, I didn't follow that bedtime, but nonetheless, I had a bedtime. Nope. Nope, Natum. I've never been married, bro. And I don't have kids that I know of. Well, I appreciate it, Richard. Excuse me. What's up, man? Welcome back, Joseph. Ballin', how you doing? Hope you're having a blessed day. Bro, I'm not going to prison. It's fucking stupid. Hell no, what? Dog, I'm not even going to get into weird flexes, but bro, for the trillionth time, I am monetized on YouTube. I don't know what drugs you're on or what delusion you're in, but I am monetized on YouTube. I get paid for this. I mean, I literally get paid to ban y'all and endure your fucking bullshit. I don't know at what point this is failing to like sink into some of y'all's thick skull, but it's like it's past the point of being a joke at this point. I really seriously think y'all mentally do not comprehend that I am monetized on YouTube yet. I appreciate that, Gary. Thanks for tuning in, man. You have a blessed rest of your day. I appreciate it. What's up? How you doing? Them damn barking spiders, man. I'm not sure. Like, I'm legitimately monetized, but when I say this, it sounds like I'm not monetized. But, like, I legitimately got monetized, but how I demonetized my account is because I duplicated my AdSense account. And you got to have an AdSense account where it collects your ad revenue when y'all click on it. It does all that shit for you. Long story short. And you legitimately got to make it through the YouTube studios. If you do not, it will glitch out and duplicate your AdSense account. And it takes 32 days for you to change your AdSense account. And when your AdSense account is duplicated, it automatically demonetizes your channel. And there's nothing YouTube can do to fix it. It's literally in their tech support and like a notary box, like at the top of the webpage telling you, warning you about that. And then I've also talked to the tech team as well with that, and they say I can switch it then. If I would have just slowed the fuck down when I got the email of being monetized that night and not overthought anything, I would have got, like, this would have been a non-issue. But, alright. You're just getting banned because you're being a troll. No, I live in North Carolina. I'm doing alright. Relia or Reliage. I listen to kind of anything. I like Walter. I mean, I like classical, opera, rap, rock, EDM, country. It just depends if I like the beat and the music to it. You know what I mean? Well, I had a part-time job, but I know you just tuned in, but that it was a bunch of bullshit trying to take advantage of me because I'm homeless. I mean, I'm just assuming that J's silent. That's why I was like Relia, Kurvikia, or it's Reljaj, Kirovika. I'm not sure. I really wouldn't call that two questions. He said one out of two questions. Rap sucks and later, Gator. Okay, I guess have a blessed your day. Thanks for tuning in. Well, it's our morning now, but I appreciate it, Walter. Thanks for tuning in. Again, you have a blessed rest of your day as well. I'm in North Carolina. Yeah, I used to play League. I have it on the mobile as well. But I used to play League on the PC. My main account got permabanned and I lost about like $300 worth of skins. And I mean, I had that account pretty much since season 1, so I was like, yeah, okay, I'm done. And like the last time I ever played League of Legends was back in like 2018. Like, I want to say Odyssey had just like kind of finished and it was like waning out season wise. Like that was going away because like I'd probably quit playing for about a month and then I saw like Yumi released. like around the 2018 time frame. Like that's when I stopped playing. And then like I recently picked it up because I got a new phone that can actually handle it and play it and stream it. So I stream it occasionally. I mean, I got a job monetized on YouTube, but like the hardest problem people are going to have being homeless and getting a job and employment is having a phone, like internet access. And really, it's just, I can't even say internet access, it's just having a phone and like phone time. Because you can't use free Wi Fi services with a phone number to make a legitimate email. You got to have a legitimate phone with phone service to like verify verify your email, you can prove that you're not like a robot AI algorithm to spam the website. That's like your biggest hurdle, because if you can't like make an email, you can't apply to a job, and if you can't apply to a job, you can't afford a phone. If you can't afford a phone, you can't you can't get a job. Like that's your biggest issue, and a lot of places don't take paper applications. And even then, if you do a paper application, I mean, it's still better than having no options. But when you do the paper application, the people say they'll be there that day, but something comes up and they're not there. But nonetheless, you still have like a way to get employed without a phone and internet access. No, I have a data plan, Arson. Like I said, I'm monetized on YouTube. I'm talking about for other people. That's the biggest issue. And then even then, depending on their city, there's probably not transportation to their social services to get them like help with housing and everything else. And other financial aid systems like food stamps, Medicare, housing. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, someone asked me like, what's the biggest issue to overcome, like with to gain employment while being homeless? And I was saying people who don't have a data plan are pretty much fucked. I mean, you can't even go to your public library and make like an email. And if you can't make an email, you can't apply anywhere. You can't even make like an Indeed account with a resume or anything. I mean, even if you don't know how to do a resume, you can't even just can't even apply. It's not like the good old days where you can go in and get a paper application. People, I guess, were complaining because there's too much paper or something. I mean, like, dude, the jackass that came in and filled out an application and, like, or has been gone for fucking, I can't say gone for 10 years. You'd probably want to keep it just for audit reasons, but, people should have a literal physical, like, paper-bound copy and a digital copy of all their paperwork. Society is incredibly flawed. There are key aspects of America's infrastructure that if somebody was to start poking with, like, America would be lost in a heartbeat. Because they don't have, like, written down copies of stuff anymore. It's all on the computer. So if you wipe that computer, all that data's gone, and they don't really have a true, accurate information. So, like, your bank accounts, like, you can't really prove you have $1 billion in there unless you have all your bank statements and notes. You know what I mean? Other than that, you're lying. Yeah. I'm a plant, though, Zach. It's hard for me to get hungry, bro. I photosynthesize off the sunshine. And then I don't have to worry about charging my phone because I got this new secret government USA phone that's coming out in 2035 that charges off the electromagnetic activity in your body. So I really don't need to be on a charger port. But it's like a hybrid phone, so if I do want to charge it the normal way, I can. Oh my god, dude. And hopefully, like, no one truly believes me. Like, I'm just kidding about all that. Yeah, I know. That's a disclaimer, though. I know I said that pretty serious, but, like, that's a joke. Obviously, I'm not a plant. And my phone does not charge off my electromagnetic activity in my body. I'm pretty sure that would stop my heart and kill me if my like phone was taking electromagnetic activity from my running my body. But yeah, I know. And then no, Adam, you can't create a temporary email because when you go to make your email, you have to have a number to get that verification code through, and you cannot use the Wi-Fi like the free Wi-Fi numbers because those aren't recognized as a real number. Although you can call people through them, like you can't get a verification code. I appreciate that, N or LN. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed day. Okay, Allie, whatever you meant by that, but okay. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed day as well. Yeah. And like that's a general issue you have to get over because like if they like you don't have a way to like fill out a paper application, you're pretty fucked. And then most people aren't good with numbers. I'm not saying all people are bad with numbers, but most people can't remember their social security number or their license number off the top of their head. I can, my own. In reality, if I knew yours and I wanted to learn it and memorize it, I can memorize it in like the minute I look at it. But I just don't think about them. I appreciate it, Allie. Thanks for tuning in. Again, for repetition's sake, and along with everyone else up here too. Hope you're all having a blessed Wednesday. Feel free to comment down below. I'd appreciate a like, share, subscribe. No pressure, but I greatly appreciate the support. I appreciate that. Well, thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed day there, Marulo. And then, hey, Kim. Excuse me. I appreciate that, Breezy. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed rest of your day. Or a blessed day. I don't know why. It's getting late. Brain's running like 1,000 miles a minute here. Like I tell people, the title of my video is not to seek manipulation or guilt or anything like that or victimization. It's just, hey, it's day 1007. How are y'all doing? Yeehaw, boy. Welcome to the journey. I do my best to. Ain't no reason to be down in the dumps and all depressed. Not only does it bring you down, it brings everyone else around you down. Fucking negativity is fucking contagious. Once one starts bitching, everyone's got something to bitch about. You know what I mean? Although I hypocritically say that because I know one of these streams down the road here, hopefully not anytime soon, I'll probably be on this bitching about something for damn sure. No, Ali, but I will say occasionally, sometimes people will buy me a free meal. Although I have money for it, they buy it. And I'm not exactly gonna bend someone's arm behind their backs and not give me free shit. You know what I mean? So, Depending on who you are, maybe I'll say no to you to free shit though, because like I probably don't, But you must be a really bad individual if I'm telling you no. That's all I'm trying to say. Well, I try to stay that way, Breezy, but I can be negative, bro. I mean, I can be more toxic than radioactive sludge. I mean, I'm shocked I don't break YouTube sometimes with like the amount of like rage I can like get into. This is true with him or had him. No, I mean, some people do listen to Allie. It's just whether or not you pay attention. Bro, I'm doing the Jesus Nazareth way where you don't cut your hair, trim your beard. What do you mean feel better? I feel bad. I've cut my hair as a kid. Like, bro, this shit could be down all the way to my toes. That'd be awesome. Because I'd have that shit like in a ponytail and like braided and wrapped around my neck, dude. Like loose enough where I can breathe, but it's like wrapped around my neck and like somewhere else, like maybe wrapped around my chest, so like it don't get caught on shit, and it's like under my shirt. League of Legends effect? What do you mean? I'm confused. No, I'm like in like a shopping complex that's closed because it's like 3 o'clock in the morning and there's no one here. So it's a spot to charge my phone. No one's here, and then I don't really have to worry about cars going by or somebody walking by and getting them on the street. You know what I mean? So it's just a spot I can quickly stream at. And usually I stream League of Legends here. I don't do these interactive streams here. I'm trying not to get like, I do my interactive streams kind of out in the woods these days. So I'm away from people. Oh, I got you. Well, no, it's just a bunch of political shit boiling over. Yeah. I mean, the breeze feels good, but like it's hot out here. I'm sweating right now for sure. Hey Ben, how you doing? But it's getting about that time because it's the end of June. Lord willing, it stays cool and it's not like hot. It was 94 today. That's not counting like the humidity. And then I walk around in pants. I got sweatpants under my pants. I got like Yeti pajamas on under my pants, and then I got a jacket on. It was raining yesterday. I was out here during the. Well, I was out where I'm sitting right where I'm at now, but yesterday I was out here with the storm, watching it. Other than that, I've been in my shelter. I don't smoke. No, that's bad for you. It's one of those hypocritical sayings of, do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, every 10 out of 10. Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence there, Joseph. Oh, I got something in my eye. Well, I appreciate it. I try to be. I try to be different, that's for sure. I don't like getting on here and raging over stupid shit. Nor am I going to make people sit there for 20 minutes and call them worthless pieces of shit unless they donate to me and, like, you know, your only value to me, like, you know, let me change it up here, okay? But I'm going to talk about women. You know, women are only useful if they give me money, and, like, you know, even if I'm not sick, they're going to take care of me and make that sandwich in that kitchen. Um, you know, they're going to put out all the fucking time. Like, I'm going to get sex whenever I want, when I want. I don't give a fuck you're on your period or you're in the middle of taking a shit. Like, you sucking my dick. Other than that, they're worthless, useless pieces of shit, and they're always going to be alone unless they're able and capable of doing that. Now, mind you, this is all me being very sarcastic, so any woman being in here, I'm being incredibly sarcastic. Don't take me serious. But there's literally a content creator out there that does that shit, but she's talking about men. And, like, instead of, like, me saying derogatory shit about women like I just was, just reverse it about men. And that's that woman's whole stream. And I mean, she got people over there donating her $500, $1,000, $10, $5, like. And she's over there sitting in her fucking bra and being like, oh, I'll change my bra or my shirt or something on the stream if we reach X amount of stuff. I mean, there's literally one woman, like, this guy had like 500, like damn near 1,000 viewers in there offering to flash her tits for $50. I mean, I fucking reported it to YouTube. Nothing happened. I literally saw it like the next day, still streaming. Same account. And then meanwhile, you got a guy that's fully paralyzed playing fucking very complicated games with his fucking mouth getting like a whole like 10 viewers. It makes no sense. And I've had people come in and ask, does that make me mad? And I'm like, no, people are going to, you know, invest what they want to invest in. But, like, it's just, you know, it is kind of mind-boggling for sure. It's like A through Z discussions. There's a brief, like, kind of like the rules and everything, and like a brief explanation why I'm homeless and all that, and in the description up here. But it's like A through Z discussions. Sorry, I was talking about other content creators where they're just like utterly talking shit about people, and you know, they get a bunch of money. And like, I ain't seen them personally in their stream, but like, there's supposedly like a content creator out there that like mocks a cancer patient and whatever, and that's their whole shtick. Excuse me. And they're even on like a reality TV, I wouldn't say reality TV show, but like, you know, like a Dr. Phil thing. And it's like their whole YouTube shtick now is just making fun of that person's cancer. I don't dumpster dive. I'm not your stereotypical homeless person. I'm not like addicted to drugs or anything crazy. I'm not out here like being a scavenger or a scav. Like, this ain't no escape from Tarvok type shit out here. Not my loss. That's, you know, that's theft. And if you breach the correct number threshold there, it becomes a felony offense versus just, you know, I think petty larceny, I think it is the legal term for it. Mm-hmm. And it's not hard to figure out who you are when you're at the scrapyard and you're dropping X amount of copper. And somebody comes looking, where's my copper? You know, it's not hard to track 2 and 2 together. Well, I'm in North Carolina. But yeah, I know the value of that. My dad was an electrician, and he would save up like the wire and copper and shit from his jobs, and like would cash that in. And you're talking about those wires that'd be like this fucking thick. But it'd only be like a fucking like foot long chunk of it, like scraps. But after like a month of that, it kind of adds up. And I'm sorry for you're losing your love of your life to pancreatic cancer. I'm not trying to ignore you there. You're missing me now. No. He wasn't. No, he was a electrician. I mean, that's technically what I'm doing right now with this stream. I am making my own business because at a certain point, I will be able to make my own merch, and I'll have to copyright it and get an LLC on it and all that stuff. And it will be my own business. And I have to get my own like heat press and everything else to do like the decals on the shirt. I kind of got a base idea how to do all that because I did work at a warehouse before. Although I was in embroidery, they did have a heat press section. Like I did work for Eurosport at one point. So some of that stuff, a bunch of people got over in the EU or whatever the hell they ordered it from Eurosport for soccer. Like I embroidered that shit. And the computer puts it pretty spot on. It's kind of hard to miss, and even then, it's got to go through an inspector. So, like, a lot of people are wearing a lot of the shit I embroidered. Because, people didn't want to work there at the time. And I mean, I could operate like I think we had a row of like 10, 12 machines. And like, when you first came in, you'd have to spend about the first 30 minutes to an hour fixing all the needles and getting the machines at the correct speed and making sure everything was aligned. And then, you could sit there and get all those machines running at once. And then some of the embroiders would take like an hour. And I'm just sitting there with all my machines running for an hour, like going outside smoking a cigarette, whether they knew it or not. Like over there dicking around on the internet, keeping up with the news as well. And then they started bitching about that because I apparently was making everything lag doing that. When I'm looking at the weather to make sure I'm not walking back in pissing rain or something. The objective is to keep growing my stream and become more financially independent than I already am. I'm trying to become. The end goal right now is getting to have more the combined subscribers of the top 10 YouTubers. Right now is the end goal. Currently, right now, it's just growing and getting me in a better position to get to that point at some point. Because realistically, you're talking about almost 1 billion subscribers if I put all top 10 subscribers together. Although a lot of those subscribers could be the same across the channels and it really wouldn't be 1 billion, but nonetheless, I want to be number one at the end of the day. But I'm not going to sell my soul to do it. You know what I mean? I'm definitely not giving a camel a better chance, to get into heaven than me through the eye of a needle. You know what I'm saying? But definitely get myself financially set to where I can take care of myself and when I get to that point and I find the right person, I can have a wife, we do what we want to do and have kids and raise them comfortably and they can pursue the career path they'd like to go and give them a life I never had. And I had a pretty good life. Like, there's some things I could piss and moan about, but like other than that, looking at the generality of it all, I had a pretty good childhood. So I got you missing me now. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can get copper from. But you gotta be careful. Some people will scrap like abandoned houses and shit, and you go to cut the power on, you gotta open wires right on insulation, and you can cause a house fire in a heartbeat. Because really, you can cut the power on anywhere, but you gotta run that risk. On a random side note, I'm white. Now, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I get tested down the line somewhere, I'm pretty sure I'm like, I know I'm white, but I'm pretty sure I'm definitely like, probably like, I know I'm white. Oh, I got smoke in my eye. Ugh. I know I'm white. I'm pretty sure I got some black in me in Spanish. I wouldn't be surprised. I am from the Europe, but like my side of the family was on like the correct side of history. I just exist in my family. I have family, but I just kind of exist here. I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Yeah, Wu Tang. Someone's called me that before. Like I know I've got like Europe, like Scottish descent, uh, Nordic a little bit, like Viking Nordic from my mom, and then like a little bit of Spanish, uh, from my dad's side. Well, because I ain't trying to get into specifics of who, but bro, I don't speak whatever the fuck you just spoke. I don't know if that's Ukrainian or Russian. But I'm American though. Other than that, like I'm white, but I appreciate it. Wu Tang. You have a blessed rest of your day. Thanks for tuning in. Because I want to say we've done like some diving into our history of our family and stuff. I want to say we're on the right side of history, and what I mean by that is like we're kind of on the side of the Underground Railroad. So I know, same here. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the fuck they just said. All I know how to say in Russian is like "pliplia blot" or whatever the fuck that is, which is "fuck you," and then "suka," which is "bitch." It's about all I know how to say in Russian. I mean, they could be speaking Ukrainian. I don't know. It looks Russian though, and I am not a bilingual person. I am a American. Je hablo un poquito español, muy blanco americano. Muchos cervezas, comida en dinero, por favor. Je parle un petit français, grande americana. All I said was I'm very white and I speak I'm a very white American and I speak very little French or Spanish. The Spanish one I was also asking for money, beer, and food, but oh okay. Yeah, when I was in the hospital one time, I had this one chick who was like reading a book that was like in English, and the other like the other side of the book like was in Russian. So you could read the book in English if you wanted to, but if you knew how to read Russian, you could read it in Russian. And like I was kind of like trying to learn Russian, but it was more or less just trying to hit on her and get in them fucking like, you know, them pants. So, I mean, she was really attractive. I'm just being honest. And I mean, you gotta take what people say with a grain of salt, but like, nonetheless, like, bro, that's like a perfect cover. I met some interesting people in there, that's for sure. Oh God, excuse me. Oh, I don't care to speak Russian, no offense. Like, I kind of don't give a fuck about Russia. Like, you came to the, like, no offense, you came to the wrong stream if you're looking for some sympathy here. Me and Russia are not like, no. I try to be, Nicholas. There's no reason to lie. I ain't gonna let people form some misconception. Like, I'm gonna be honest and to the point. Probably a refugee or a sleeper cell agent, who knows? They over there love them some Putin. I can't do a good Russian accent, or I'd like mock them a little bit, you know. I don't know if you've seen those where like the accent slips and it's like a Russian woman. Yep, exactly. And it's not a KGB agent anymore, it's FSB these days. And they would clarify it. They're the FSB today, thank you, sir. Well, I'm not sure exactly how old you are, Joshua, and I mean, just by the basical, I'm getting so ahead of myself when I'm speaking. Due to basic sociology, or like the societal like norms changing, I mean, I'm sure homelessness has changed since that time. I mean, I'm sure the drugs are a lot more worse now than they were back then, and you know, I mean, like shit, you know, $5 would last you like a damn near 2 months. You know what I mean? Depending on when you were homeless, at what time frame. I don't know how old you are, so I mean, you could be as old as me, or you could be older. Like, I just don't know what generation you grew up in. You know what I'm saying? Well, according to the government, the average American can't afford a unexpected $400 expenditure, and your average family, or the like 55% of America's labor force, makes minimum wage, which is anywhere from $7.25 to $15 an hour, depending on your state's cost of living and what they determine the minimum wage there. And $7.25 to $15 an hour is anywhere from $15,000 to $32,000 at the end of the year if you get full time 80 hours before taxes taken out. And if you take taxes taken out, that's, I think you'd be in like the 10-12% bracket. So you're talking about $14,000 to $28,000 at the end of the year. That's about how many people that are that close to homelessness, like that are living paycheck to paycheck. Oh yeah, drugs will give you wrinkles. They definitely ages you. That's for sure. And I don't know what else you said above that. Yeah, Nicholas. Like mind you, California's minimum wage now is $20, but in the grand scheme of money, it's not a lot. And then like if you pay attention to my social media, like at no point do I mean that tax plan be literal. Like at no point am I going to tax somebody at 59%, even if they make $100 billion a year. Like I don't even know what's going on in the international economy at this point in time, futuristically, when this is implied. And like there could be a tariff at 500%, and at no point are you paying 50% in taxes and also paying a 500% tariff is going to be economically beneficial to anyone, let alone your company. Like, you know what I mean? But uh, but they pay about the same percentage in taxes. Now, lump sum, is it more than a lot of what a lot of people pay at that making that? Yeah, but like you only pay 10% of your income. That's not the extra 29% you're supposed to pay. Because those who make over $539,000, that $1 more they make over that, like if they make $539,000 from two, they pay 39% as well. But I know there's the tax write-offs and all that other shit, but that's the issue on a more financing thing, going a little bit more in depth of like how it's a little bit unfair between those who are struggling from one paycheck and those in taxes. And then you got our government over there going, we can't afford 6th gen. We want to do our Sentinel program, or we need to build a submarine, or we got a debt ceiling coming up. When we could appropriately tax these people, but I don't know. The greedy goblins are going to be the greedy goblins. That's ridiculous, though. I can't believe it's 7:25 here in North Carolina. Yeah, there's an article trying to claim you need to make about 100 grand to live here in North Carolina comfortably. Now, even if you were making 100 grand a year, you're going to be in severe debt living here in North Carolina, because a lot of these houses are going for about like 200 to 400K. And I mean, if you're only making 100 grand, you're putting yourself in a few $100,000 of debt. So, it's not really worth it. And at the end of the day, you can live pretty comfortably off $50,000. I mean, my dad didn't make a lot, bro. But trust me, like, he was able to provide for a family of fucking 5. And, like, we kind of lived at the house longer than we should have. Like, after 18, like, our parents were really good parents. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you can live pretty comfortably in North Carolina if you budget correctly, on 50,000. They're over there, like, tweaking on some bullshit. And that's not counting like a side income, like your significant other has a job as well to that 50,000, but it's not like steady and set. So really, you're making a little bit more than that. But if need be, stay at home 24/7. Like, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm in NC. I'm 2 hours from the beach and 2 hours from the mountains. Because it turns into a lot more of another financial conversation between someone else's debts. You know what I mean? on how someone can live comfortably or not. Never mind how many kids they got. Other issues. I got you. You're over there at Atlantic Beach. My uncle used to own a cabin off of the boardwalk, but they lost that place years ago. We used to go there on vacation when I was a kid. I mean, it was literal beachfront. I mean, literally, like, if we're, like, looking out the front porch, like, bro, the beach is literally, like, you can't really see that, pretty much to that light pole. You know, you'd have houses kind of, like, right here. There'd be, like, a space to get to the houses that would kind of be, like, right here near that sidewalk, and then you just keep walking, and it's, like, beach. I have a strong feeling they're not from New Zealand, and they're, oh yeah, they're scrapping an abandoned factory, all right, for sure. I have the strangest feeling, though, they're not in New Zealand right now. If I needed to, war crackhead, I would, but I don't really need to. I mean, there's food at the store I can get before I go eating the ecosystem unnecessarily. I love the snow. Missing me now. I go out. I've been through polar vortexes without a fire out here, and I practically just sleep on the ground. Don't get me wrong. I sleep in like a shelter, but like I sleep on the ground nonetheless. Like that just feels like bait. Like I don't know. That could be just my paranoia, but like, bro. Thanks for the stream. I'm gonna go sleep now. Got big day tomorrow. Scrapping an abandoned factory. And then this motherfucker speaking Russian. Like, bro, you have like tweaked every spider sense of mine. And like, I don't like it. Please go. Here you go. Boom. I just wear like a long sleeve shirt, a sweatshirt, and a jacket and another jacket. You'd have to go back to my previous videos. It's dark out right now. You just saw me flip the camera around and show you the parking lot I'm sitting at. It's obviously dark outside. There's going to be no light in my shelter. But it's around the day 977 of homelessness. So you're going to scroll through. Because there's also game content there as well. It should be in one of my interactive streams. And in my short videos. If you really want to see my shelter. Because I did take a video of it because people were asking me for it for months. And I told people I was going to remake it eventually. And I put it off for months. Far enough. Missing me now. Quit trying to dox me. Go away. Ha 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 ha. Hey, I don't care. I'll still stream. I know what I said today. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep streaming. Kiss my ass. Miss me with it. Far enough from my shelter, though, that's for sure. Hey, Aja. How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a blessed day. Why do I have, like, bro, I just got the weirdest feeling. I mean, it just like feels like bait at this point. Like it feels and smells like bait. Like if I'm like sniffing, if it had a smell, bro, like it just smells like a trap. I don't know if it's my paranoia or what, bro. I'm doing all right. People do that play on word shit. I don't know. Well, no, some people are like sick with it, man. I don't want to say sick. It sounds bad. It sounds like I actually care. I don't know. Like some people are just like, I guess that's the way to describe it, sick with it, and like they'll like come in and just be subliminal about that. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go strip a abandoned warehouse. Yeah, sure. I am not your Lord and Savior. I am a humble servant of your Lord and Savior. Please don't be blasphemous towards the Lord. I don't feel like Jesus. I don't feel like getting beat by an iron scepter, okay? Or watching you get beat with one. Hey, do I appreciate my humble servitude has led you to the Lord? How about that? But please don't mock the Lord. Don't mock the Lord. Shit, I'm ready. Kill me. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, excuse me. I appreciate that, Brock tune. Service me too. What in the fuck? Like shit, I ain't got nothing to live for. Fuck it, bro. Fucking hit the gas pedal. Vroom vroom this bitch. We're gonna hit a brick wall eventually. It's gonna come to an abrupt stop. Like, better than, you know, that'd be, I mean, I'm talking in like a hyperbole, so to speak, or theoretically, but, you know, it's better than, oh, die to beer. Try to make the world a better place, but was crazy as fuck. I mean, his like apparently scared Marines into like being sane. Like, if you were to put him beside Marines, he makes Marines look insane, crazy. Like, that's the point I've gotten at, and I'm starting to take the shit personal. And really start to feel bad about myself and self reflect. Because people that are renowned and historically known for being insane are calling me crazy or getting nervous. Like, I think that's when I need to pump the brakes and dial it back. That's right. Yeah, hopefully Hulk Hogan doesn't diddy me. I don't need to get diddy today. I ain't a maggot, bro. I already had that nightmare. That sucked. Laying in a bed, bro, just surrounded by fucking maggots. Maggots everywhere, bro. I mean, just like, it was just like being in the universe and looking at the universe, but it was just maggots everywhere. Hey, did he beat his people before he did them like that? You think they took that shit willingly? If they weren't drugged? I hate to get graphic and make anybody like think about that shit, but hey, I'm gonna be real. Like, hey, I ain't playing. Like, you put him in a 6-foot hole or in a 6-foot box. It's just someone's gonna have to bear the legal responsibility for that. That should be something that's overlooked, but you have rule of law for a reason, so random then it's the fucking people just don't start dropping off. I'm not as that Galifianakis doppelganger. That's cute though. I forgot the other's actor name. I'm Face or Doug, bro. My ass is either lost on the roof getting sunburnt like a motherfucker right now, hung the fuck over, because you drugged my ass. I'm a fucking, like, player doing whatever the fuck I want to do. I ain't hiding off in my rich dad's house. I almost ate one when I got some Wendy's. I got some Wendy's one day and was eating my burger, bit into my burger, and I saw something in my beard, like right here. And I just wiped it out. It looked like a piece of tomato. And I just knocked it out of my beard. It landed on my phone screen. And like as I'm looking at my phone screen, I can see like the little piece of like what I thought was tomato on my screen. It was moving. And I guess it was because I thought it was moving because I was moving my screen and my hand and shit, like where it kind of like shakes a little bit or something. And when I look at it, it's a little fucking maggot wriggling on my phone screen. I almost ate it too. I almost ate one too. Who follows you, Ace? I don't know who you're talking about. Not sure what you're referring to. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed day. I mean, that's just an up and out of the abrupt comment. I don't like making assumptions. The they. Who? Who is the they? Hey, but no, on a serious note though, at this point though, Joseph, like I would just take Hulk Hogan's walker away. At this point. Just make a joke about his old age. I mean, Jesus, this dude looked old when he was wrestling when I was a kid. And that was like 25 fucking years ago when I last watched wrestling. Like, bro, looking at them makes me feel old, and I'm 31. I'm like young in most people's eyes. Like, bro, I feel old. You know what it's like to be the same age as the entire Harry Potter like people, let alone like Miley Cyrus. Like, I feel old, and we're all really technically young. Yeah. Yeah, when I want to change the scenery, I go hang out there. Like when I first got out here, I hung out there all the time because I didn't have a phone with phone time and all that. So I needed a way to internet. And like I tried to apply for jobs, but like I was saying earlier in the stream, when someone asked me what are some issues people will face trying to get employment while homeless, if you don't have a phone with phone time, you can't make a legitimate email. If you can't make a legitimate email because you can't get a verification code because those will not send to the free Wi-Fi numbers, you can't get a job. If you can't get a job, you can't get phone time. And then that cycle kind of repeats itself because if you can't get phone time, you can't get a job. Because a lot of people don't do paper applications. But yeah, I'd go to the library and like read books, like the nonfiction books, because there's like historical stuff. I started brushing up on like Korean history, like Korean and like Chinese history. Because supposedly, according to the books I was reading, people really can't figure out where the fuck the Koreans came from. They can see where like eventually like the Chinese came in and like the Chinese kind of took over the area and then left like a cultural root there. Like they went all the way to Japan, like left cultural roots supposedly. But like the Koreans is where they can't find like the true origins to supposedly in this book. But yeah, I'd go to the library and read up on stuff, and then just go on Google and read up keep up with the news a little bit as well. Although my phone didn't have internet, I could keep up with the news there. Yeah, Ace, I get followed all the time. I don't know if it's people just for like to see me or just like I don't know, ensure my safety because they think I'm gonna die. Like I don't know. I don't really care. Like as long as you're not affecting me and like in my personal life, like I really don't give a shit or fucking with anything of mine. I don't really care. It's a free world, free country, and I'm in like public space. It's just when you're following my every step, that's when we're gonna have an issue. Other than that, like I don't care. It's kind of like it comes with the fact now that I'm a content creator. No, I've never done that. Seaside. I don't even feel like hitting show on for that the rest of the chat to see that. I've not sucked a dick for a can of soup though. No. Yeah, I played League of Legends. I played World of Warcraft. I've played Halo, Call of Duty, SOCOM, Tribes, Doom, Medal of Honor, Grand Theft Auto, all the way from the PlayStation version to 5, Brigadine, Final Fantasy 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, Jack and Daxter all the way to 3, even Jack Racing, Ratchet and Clank, Spyros, no Red Dead, the Fables, Doom. I'm a nerd, bro. Nerd. The best advice I could give you, uh, legitimately believe in God, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, from the sacred Bible. Nicholas. That's probably the best thing I could tell you. I could give you a little bit more advice than that, but that's the best thing. Hell yeah, man. I'm a nerd. Yeah, Ace, I get that. I get the honking, the revving, the light flickers, everything. You know, people that want to have those indirect conversations around you all the time. You're in an open restaurant and they specifically want to sit near you. And I mean, there's like 50 other spots they could have went to, and they just want to be near you. You know, all those indirect signs that can be played off as, I don't know what you're talking about, I was really doing this. You know, it gives them plausible deniability, as they would say. Deny, 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 deny. And then they can attack your credibility because they can be like, oh, look, see, he's going crazy. He's being paranoid. And then once they start to put your mental state in question, there goes your credibility. Not many people are going to listen to a crazy person. You know what I mean? It's the standard ways of cancel culture. Like, it's... I can see the playbook, but it's hard for other people to understand. I wouldn't call it a headlight that follows you, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, those Freemason light things. Yeah. You'll sit there and see the headlights. It'll be a flat, easy road. It's not even like the headlights like bumping to do that like weird other like light flash in it. And it'll be like a different color light and it like a fluorescent light, or like it'll be like a fluorescent light and a fluorescent light. It's like a weird odd color like in the rainbow, or it does the rainbow color. It's like weird shit. And you gotta like really pay attention to it, because you'll see the same color light and everything in a different car, but that extra light in there is not there. It's like kind of when you see a fucking like street sign, like a speed limit sign, and the sunlight is hitting it just right, and it looks like a rainbow reflection to draw your attention towards it. It's like that in the light. I don't know. Some people don't see it because I'll be like, "What the fuck is that light in that light?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" Now, whether or not they're in on it or really don't see it's the question. But then that gets into the whole extra part of the cancel culture, and attacking your I guess the correct words to use is your social structure to like isolate you. Because if they can get you alone, that's like the easy, like you're done for. Because then it's you against everybody and what everyone says, and you're by yourself. That's the main goal in cancel culture, is to get them to like get you isolated and get everyone against you. Because you having a valid ground of credibility is kind of hard then. I mean, it can be Freemason, it can be Illuminati. I don't know. I'm not trying to put a label on somebody and associate with everyone with everyone. I'm not married. This is my right hand. It's just on the front facing camera, so it looks like my left. Um, and then I've been making real legitimate content, like streaming and trying to get like subscribers for like the last 5 months. Well, that's what I meant mid-stopper about. It's like self-isolation, because like it starts to attack your mental stability, because you start becoming irate because you're going through this. You can see it. No one's understanding you, and whether or not they're a part of that attack on you is hard to interpret, which causes you to have mistrust, which is easier to get you to isolate from people and start like pushing or pulling on that string that they can see. You're pretty much looking at a psychiatrist that's not trying to make you better right now in this cancel culture aspect. That psychiatrist is trying to make you worse. And they're going to pick up on key behavioral traits and push on that something to make it worse. Whatever's typically triggering you, they're gonna push on that the hardest. Because that's going to get you to act the most irate and begin the route of cancel they want you to go. You're kind of being herded like a sheep at that point. And you got to realize the motion of the river they're trying to push you and go against it. So what they want you to do, you can't do. And that's easier said than done. Especially in the heat of moment of emotions. And again, you got to reverse. You got to reverse and go against it. Hell yeah. Bro, I've been going through the game for a minute. I see it. It's so easy. Because you'll start to do things and you get pretty much SEAL Team 6 called on you. But you'll watch other people do the same thing, and it doesn't fucking matter. And you can damn near see somebody murder somebody, and they won't go to jail. Would you retract? Hold on, I'm going to have to put you in timeout. Sorry. Oh, I think you were trying to spell something. You just misspelled it. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's a big game too, whether you realize it or not. Like they just find a way to catch you at some point. Because if you're part of a criminal organization, you're done cook rap set right there to be their bitch no matter what. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. Oh yeah. I mean, it sounds fucked up, but like, I mean, it's a fair assumption for people to have to look at life kind of like Hostel and like the Cabin, you know. And I don't mean they're like sending them people off to like get eaten by like mythological creatures. I mean like, you know, they can see that shit on camera and they're watching you die and gambling whether or not you live or die right now. They don't give a fuck about you. You know, you like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of these people in employment, like, bro, like, you know, y'all, like, people have been desensitized. Like, you know, most people, you know, it's understandable when they lose a human being. They're upset, they're mourning. But you gotta understand, these people watch thousands of people die every day. Like, they do not give a fuck about you. They watch 1,000 people die and 1,000 new people come in. And they do that for years and retire. You know, these ain't people that are just on the front lines of like a war that, you know, don't have that long of a retention rate usually. And these other people, they've been there for decades and they've watched hundreds of thousands of people pass away and have done shady shit and stabbed each other in the back and done like the cloak and dagger bullshit for decades. Like, they're gonna do what's good for them. They can give a fuck about you. For sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe it's a spiritual war. I mean, for Christ's sake, like, bro, you can't even have long hair and a beard. I can wear a beard net and a hairnet. But that's frowned upon in a job. And like literally it's a Jesus teaching where you don't cut your hair or trim your beard. There's one. You know, even talking about Christianity, there's two. They don't like it. You know, everything to be a normal human in like society, what they consider the real world in society, you have to pretty much go against God every step of the way. And it's like a battle on your faith. You know, just to get employment and get money. You got to do all this stuff and conform in ways that are not Jesus's teachings at all. And then they're not even like abstract like teachings where it's like, oh, we need to stone these people because they were unfaithful or they're homosexual or they raped or beat their wife. Like, you know, it's just, hey, it's your hair. Like, you know, it ain't one of those controversial situations when you decide to take a human life. And then at the end of the day, you got to realize evil will reward evil. And then evil will try to tempt good. It's just, you know, you got to make the covetous divination decision whether or not you can distinguish what's good and evil. Because at the end of the day, I may be looking good. Like, I'm over here adopting orphans. I got a wife. I got kids. And, I got this business and I got all these employees and everyone's well paid and taken care of. But behind the shadows, like, I'm murdering innocent people every night. You know what I mean? Like, and I look like this good person and I do all this shit for people and like very charitable and very humble and all that. But at the end of the day, I'm like a wolf in sheep clothing. Like the most evil people can be some of the nicest people you ever meet. Like you got to remember, Lucifer was an angel. Like most people when they claim to be Lucifer or something, they're like, "Oh, Satan told me to do it" or something. Like, Satan was a good guy, right? Like, although what he wants for humanity is not good, he was good. Like, so instead of Satan killing you, Satan would keep you alive and be like, "Yeah, let's do this," and like corrupt you in a more darker, deeper way. That's how I look at it. I know other people have their religious views on it. I'm not saying this is the right way or the highway, but and I'm not saying Satan's not going to be evil and not kill you. Like, I'm not saying Satan wouldn't kill you, but at the same time, Satan being nice to you before he did kill you, I wouldn't be fucking surprised at it. It's Satan. It's a roaring lion that's trying to eat you alive, so to speak. I mean, Israel could have picked a better operation name than lions. Like, well, supposedly he didn't like the humans because he could see our sin. He didn't like our sin and didn't like God's patience for us because of our impurity, from what I got. And at the end of the day, technically, Jesus' parable hasn't happened yet. So I don't know what's going on between God and Satan right now. But at some point, they still haven't fought and got cast out. So, that's to come. That hasn't happened yet. Like, Satan ain't been cast the fuck out. So Satan did this, Satan did that. I don't think really truly happened yet. That's what Jesus said is to come. I know. That's my interpretation of it, though. What I was talking about earlier with Revelations, because Revelations, according to like biblical studies and everyone, what people are saying is those are parables of Jesus and what's to come. That's why they say, that's why they say to remember what's going to happen in this prophecy. It hasn't happened yet. That's what's to come. Yes, but it's kind of hard a little bit because I'm nose blind because of cigarettes. But yeah, I do smell. What, you want me to smell that hot garbage pussy? Like what? You're lucky I'm not a bigger Harry Potter nerd. I don't know where they sent people. I'm gonna send you to fucking Azkaban or whatever the fuck that place is. You're going to Azkaban, Skulls. That's what you get. You're not a wizard. You're not a wizard. Truth knowledge. Them theys? You talking about those people with those pronouns? Oh God, no. Please don't flood me with stupidity. Asmongold's basement. I ain't in Asmongold's basement. Asmongold's in my basement. I gotta be careful what I say. That's all I gotta say. Oh, I want to say so much more, but I can't. I mean, I can, but Gandalf the Green. I want to say there was a green mage or something. I know there was blue ones. I want to say there was green. Bro, okay, look, bro, I wasn't kidding about that. Like, hey, that's not funny. Oh, what? You're talking about the people that, like, the... What, you're talking about the terrorists, Ace? Like, long story short, that's terrorism. Like, by federal FBI definition. Like, I'm sorry. Bro, dude. I mean, I'm being censored. I'm just waiting to see how things play out. This is PP City right now. Ballin'. What are you even referring to? That is your first comment since a maggot. That's the first comment I've seen of yours since you were talking about almost inhaling a maggot at one point. Feds in my eyes. Well, Ace T, I don't know what you did or what you said. But at the same time, if you didn't do anything illegal, there's probably nothing to worry about. Because at the end of the day, you got to understand if you're a highly intellectual person, so to speak, like, you know, other people are going to have interest in you that may not, or that have malicious intent. Don't get me wrong, these people probably have their own agenda for you anyways, but, like, nonetheless, it's a small world and, you know, there's evil people out there. So sometimes it's just better to turn a blind eye to it, so to speak. You know, you're pretty much shooting your own shadow at that point for no reason. You know, it doesn't want to be there any more than you want it there, so to speak. You know what I mean? I don't know if you hate your own shadow that much. But that's like one way I can explain it. You know, if you're over there like threatening to kill the president or like, you know, asking for foreign powers to kill the president and people are following you and shit like that's happening, yeah, you probably might want to stop. Like, you know, but no, if you're over there like, you know, being a law-abiding citizen and trying to help, you know what I mean? You might want to not try to shoot your own shadow, so to speak. What in the fucking squidbillies? It's all in the eye of the beholder, Ace. Like, it's like, trust me, I've been going through a cyberstalker situation for a very long time, probably since birth. I wouldn't say probably, but since birth. Like, and I've went to like highly intellectual people and like for like help and like solutions to it. And you know, they pretty much looked at me and was like, not much you can do, you know. Don't worry about it, get over it, you know. Because it's either one or the other, you know. You're either going to shoot your own shadow or you're doing something you really shouldn't be doing and you might want to stop. It's a forewarning to quit while you're ahead. And you're probably really not ahead of anything. It's just like whatever you're ahead of going into. Just, no, don't. Well, no, at the end of the day, you got to understand life. Like, at the end of the day, running a country is a machine. I'm sorry. Like, you can't be, you got to be a little bit emotionless about it. At the end of the day, yes, I may want to be president. Like, I'll be president, whatever. But, like, what about 50 years from now? I can't, like, even if the world does come to a grinding halt after I die, so to speak, like, there's got to be a way to keep society, like, humanity alive and living. You can't shut down with it. And if one part falls, like, it kind of fucks up the rest of the area. If the people stop working, people stop getting rich. People stop getting rich. People don't have a place to work at. Long story short. And then you can get into the military, EMS, and all that, like, all the other fine little branches of this machine and look at them like a cog in the machine. And if one of them stops, that gear stops turning and stops turning all these other gears. You got to look at a country like a machine. Fuck you and what you want right now. Like, there's 300 million people you got to take care of. Fuck you. And you're going to hear them bitch, and you're going to hear everyone bitching at you. Don't matter if you do it all. Doesn't matter if you do everything they say. Don't even matter if you Bruce Almighty that and yes everything. Like, they're still not going to be happy. Because, like, and like when I look at, like, when I say like cogs in a machine, like there's like another aspect, like, sociology, basic human nature, that has been like scientifically documented to a point where you can almost predict how someone's gonna be the minute they come out of the womb. I mean, dude, all you gotta do to really make a new American fucking century that's better is just fucking educate people. Stop taking their education away. That's like the one thing they haven't done is try to educate people on the law of their country and their states and other states, let alone internationally. If people would learn that, like, it would be a lot easier. It'd be harder to lie to people on the fucking news. Because people would be trying to spin a story and to be like, no, that would violate this law, this law, and that law here domestically, let alone this international law and that international law. There's no way that's going the fuck on. And if it is, the situation's a lot more fucked up than it really is. If people actually knew the truth and could form their really own biased opinion on the matter, rather than those people suck, side with me, and the other side doing the same thing. No, those people suck, side with me. Rather than, here's the fucking truth, this is the fucking problem, how do we get to a solution that we can all agree on? That's better for America. Like, no, they would rather sit here, get paid six figures to argue. Oh, both sides do it. And, like, that type of thought process is squashed. That's like political independent thinking right there. Like, where you're in the middle. You have values of liberals and conservatives. Like, you hold them both. That's your gray area. But being politically independent is not popular. The last politically independent president we've ever had in the history of America was George Washington. That was it. The very first president. That's the only president in the history of America that's ever been politically independent. RFK Jr. was trying to be the next politically independent president, but we saw that happen, and we're here today, and we can't bitch about what happened yesterday. Because it's going to do us all no good for tomorrow. And then at the end of the day, yeah, you gotta, like, you can say radicalization, and not, like, you gotta remember, like, we haven't fully, truly, like, completely 100%, like, instead of air defense missiles, like, we need like an Iron Dome on our our satellite communications and internet communications. It is almost impossible to cut the internet off and us domestically be a US server and keep Russia and China and their fucking AI generated disinformation from getting out into the YouTube algorithm. I don't know if y'all have ever seen like Kagan Dunlap in your like feeds. He's had like an AI video type thing on there that like shows like fake AI generated image videos that like kind of look realistically real, but like China can easily upload that on a bot account on TikTok, and that shit will like flood through U.S. media, and it's a bunch of people that don't fucking exist that are like rage bait content. Like if you support this immigration, like these raids, and like fuck you, like it's rage bait shit. I'm not saying some of these people ain't legit and ain't real content, but it's disinformation. I mean, 100 million Americans use TikTok. I mean, you're talking about getting a third of America. Like, dude, they are running rampant with that disinformation content. Outside of that, because you got to remember your algorithm, like, you got to be careful there, Gates, because it's kind of like the old Facebook memes where people would be like, why am I getting this advertisement? And it means you were looking at something that would give you such suggested content. You know what I mean? If you like Gooner content, you're going to get Gooner content in your algorithm. What is it with you and Asmongold? No, I'm running for president. I'll be 35 in 2028. I only have a month to run though. But I feel I can get all the voters I need in that last month before election day. I just don't know how the fuck I'm going to get the correct votes I need to even be considered in the election. I need to have like 10% to get it that far. To stay in the race completely, and I think be in the debates. Because I'll be 35 in October. So. And then the elections are in November. So I might have to wait till 2032. But again, I'm not saying something with the thing though. Like, I'm sure some of the content's real, whatever it may be. But a lot of it, I'm sure, is like AI generated, just divisional bullshit. Because if I can sit there and get you fighting in your country because I say, if I just put some bullshit out there saying you're black, you're white, and get you fighting over that, like, and I'm your enemy, done, set, and match. You're not even focused on me anymore. You're all arguing over there, like, about your color. You already been through this issue like centuries ago, almost a century ago, but you are today still fighting over it. That's how they look at that shit, bro. Again, it's like a psychiatrist looking at you, but not to make you better, just to make you worse. Wherever you divide at, they're going to try to capitalize on. And don't get me wrong, I know there's that natural shit in America because they got to have a voter base and get you to vote for them. So it does happen here to kind of divide you to their voting side, but at the same time, it's not as bad as like a foreign government trying to destroy your nation. Well, I won't. I mean, I can get upset at the COVID shutdown just because it started under Trump, as much as he likes to blame the Democrats for that. But, like, you kind of needed to shut the country down a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I understand it was a 98% chance to survive, 2% chance to die, but you had to make sure that got established. And with the COVID vaccines, you had to make sure they were, like, working, irregardless of how you look at them, because it could have exacerbated the virus and changed the survival ratio. And you do not want a virus to switch from 98% chance of survival to 2% and then a 98% chance to die. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, Gates, but I was just going on more what I understand about COVID. I don't ever use TikTok, so no, I'm not singing a song. What I miss about COVID though is when you were at work, people didn't wear a face mask. You could tell them to get out. If they didn't put a face mask on, they couldn't come in. And it used to be hilarious, like, listen to people yell at me and be like, well, these damn Democrats. And it's like, sir, a Republican runs your state. They're making you wear the mask. Your own people. Like, and when your grandfather doesn't die, or your grandmother, or your fucking infant child, you can thank me later. And if you're not, I mean, like, the face masks were never going to be 100%. It was just a base level, cheap base level. Because if you can't get people to wear a face mask, you definitely ain't getting them in a fucking level grade, like a BLS level grade biohazard suit. You're definitely not getting them in that if you can't get them to wear a face mask. And them things ain't fucking cheap. Them suits ain't not cheap. Not as cheap as a little fucking cloth mask. Like, like nobody was like, yep, you're going to be immune with this mask on. Bro, you touch one thing and just do this, done. Oh, that's the ironic thing. The whole George Floyd thing, the people that watched what happened to George Floyd and what they were doing to that guy is no different than what I did to get arrested, kind of telling the cop to kind of get his ass back to the way station. So, like, those people around that guy should kind of technically be arrested for 34 days, kind of like I was. I'm just kidding. No one needs to put them in jail because, like, I went to jail for bullshit reasons, but, like, to give you, like, I wasn't even that close. I was, like, further away than that. Either. That's like a bad representation. I was way further away than that, but I mean, irregardless though, bro, you don't hold someone like that there with 5 cops around. Like, even if I was your partner, I'd look at you and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, bro, there's 5 of us here, and you got your knee on his neck. Like, dog, it's not that serious. And dog, you got your like knee on someone's neck and they can't breathe anymore. Like, you're gonna start freaking out and tensing up. Like, you can't breathe. You're trying to get out of that. Like, I can't fucking breathe. He's already in cuffs. Like, it was beyond what it needed to be. No, that's the point I'm getting at. And at the end of the day, no matter how bad of a person it was, that could cost you the case right there. They could have been some child pedophile murderer, but you doing that to them just got the case thrown out. I mean, the system's kind of fucked like that. That's what some people fail to realize. But the BLM movements were all staged anyways. It was a bunch of people doing bullshit, didn't give a fuck about black people, white people, they didn't give a fuck about anybody, they just gave a fuck about money. And then foreign nations capitalized on the divisional movement and just spread disinformation to get hatred towards each other. Well, no, they have a convenient way to shut the camera off. The camera should always be rolling nonstop until it gets taken off and like put in like it's like little wireless, earbud pod thing. You know what I mean? That's when it shuts off and like charges. Other than that, it should always be saving to like the computer and like a backup hard drive. So there's no accidental, they get out of the car and then they get like they accidentally cut their camera off and then they get shot. Or somebody's able to like hack into that shit and shut it off. Like, you know what I mean? It depends who you come up against. Like, there's some people that are very sophisticated intellectual people, whether you realize it or not, in the world. Like, it's very arrogant to assume like there's not other intellectual people out there. And depending on who you come against, it can be your worst nightmare. And you're just some rookie low-end like street cop, like no idea this is out there that exists. You know, you just think it's just street thugs out there type thing. You just pulled over a fucking hitman. That is not here for your interest type thing. Outside of getting into like the injustices that does happen within like the Justice Department. Like a lot of people don't get it. Like, no, your partner is not your partner. Your partner will kill you. That is a thug in a fake. That is a fake cop. It is just a thug in a uniform. That's the problem. You kind of don't know because you're just a street cop. You know, you're not a detective and like working for the FBI. You know, scouring the deep web and finding those people type thing. Or the dark web, excuse me. Because I only bring that up because like some people have purposely though and like did it injustice and like cut their GoPro off and like planted evidence and then magically cut their GoPro on. But you could accidentally get out of your car and accidentally cut it off, like type thing, if it's that sensitive. And unfortunately, that traffic stop could lead to you getting shot in the fucking face and your GoPro was off and they don't even know who the fuck did it. I mean, it sounds like a low probability chance, but like it does happen. You got to realize there's 7.8 billion people on this planet. Like, it's something you talk about is probably happening on this earth. You know, if I was to sit here and say someone's probably getting beat to death with a fucking, like, I don't know. I don't want to name anything specific because I don't want to get labeled with it, but you know what I mean? Like, it's probably happening. Or like, someone's getting tickled right now. I'm safe to assume someone's got tickled. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, that too, Gates. I mean, it's 7.8 billion people. If you just think one thing every, like, hour, you know what I mean? That's 7 billion. It's a lot of thoughts. That's a lot of thinking. Definitely turns into a Simpsons did it situation. Because I'm trying to talk about these political issues more. I really am. It's just I'm trying to phrase it in a better way because text messages don't lack like tone, so there can be like misconceptions. And like I'm trying to talk about shit in a way that's not divisionary, even if it is like a divisionary like topic. Oh yeah, no, yep, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. But hey, man, we're no better. There's people getting kidnapped and filleted by our criminal organizations here as well. People forget that. You're going to sit there and talk about, like, America first. You're focused on the cartels. Like, hey, homeboy, we got our own organizations here we got to deal with before you want to go across that border. If you really want to stay on that mantra. Because at the end of the day, there is a customer here. You got to figure out who that customer is. You damn well know who the supplier is, but you just got to figure out who the customer is. You damn well don't want to do anything about that. But you'll sure as hell give El Salvador a pat on the back. I've already made that loud and clear in my fucking political post. Like, hey, homeboy, there's a lot more there. And if you really want to deal with this problem, it's kind of like Ultron. You got to get rid of it at every little root. Otherwise, you're wasting your fucking time. That shit is like a terrorist problem. It will just shift and move to where it's accepted. Or where you can't do anything physically to stop it. To a point where you won't intervene or keep playing fucking chase the mouse across the border. Although that mouse that what I'm referring to, those terrorists were in the Middle East. They'd run to other countries, and you'd have to get approval. Like if I'm in this country, I can't like go into another country. I kind of gotta be like, hey, I'm going in there like to get this. And if they say no, I can't do anything. And if I do anything, I better not get caught. Because if I get caught, I'm in trouble. And America's definitely not going to be like, oh, yeah, they did this. Like, no, they're going to be like, that's some rogue asshole. Like, who is that? It'll be plausible deniability as best they can. Because if they go in there, they say they go in there and they don't kill who they say they kill and kill a bunch of civilians, you better, like, you know what I mean? There's a bunch of reasons why they have to do all that shit. I know I ain't been in the military, but they fucking put it all on that Geo. It's not that hard. Like, bro, like they give you the rundown basic 101 course. Like, our enemy probably knows our fucking rules of engagement better than our own military. Put it all on the media. We grew the most divided in 2016, in my opinion. That's when it became between Trump and Hillary, and Hillary and the emails, and then Trump and his whole wanting to go on live television and ask Russia to hack America thing. Like, when nobody got held accountable for that, it was kind of like, what the fuck? Like, can we just do whatever the fuck we want? Like, this motherfucker literally just asked a foreign nation to hack the country, and like, this motherfucker's still alive. You know what I mean? You just rang the dinner bell to chaos and crazy that day. That's what fucking happened. That's when the dinner bell to chaos went ding ding, motherfucker. If they're not going to be held accountable for this, and then this motherfucker's got 50 felonies and not in being in like prison right now, like, it's like, well, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. Like, motherfucker, I'm in here for jaywalking. I mean, you literally did this and got convicted. Like, that's how people are looking at it. And it's not just Trump and that side. There's a bunch of other people who've done a lot of other illegal shit. And, like, it doesn't seem to matter. So, and like, if the law's not going to apply to them, why should the law apply to me? I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. It's a complicated situation to explain that, Gates, but it's a lot through materialistic corruption. If I kind of give you whatever the fuck you want, you're kind of going to do whatever the fuck I want you to do. And if you don't do what the fuck I want you to do, I'll take it away from you. It's that type of loyalty. And that sociology a bit. And then at the end of the day, basic like human nature, some people like you got leaders and followers. Like some people are just followers. Like they don't want to think. They'll just do what they're told. Like pardon my stuttering. I'm just trying to properly phrase this. For the most part, yeah. The duality of man. Because I ain't trying to be insultive to people at all. But like, it's a good saying of there's too many chiefs, not enough Indians. You know what I mean? And usually who they put in charge is like a general level of society that they kind of want in charge. You know what I mean? They're comfortable with that person being in charge. Other options, it depends where you are, and there's really not a choice. You know what I mean? It depends where you live culturally. Because other places, it's kind of what I say, or the highway, or I'll fucking kill you. It's like that formed level of loyalty at the moment. They've went through the many attempts of rebellion. Like, there was a legitimate war on their people. Like, you know, these people that were in their homes privately talking like on the dark web, or I wouldn't say dark web, but the deep web, to try to get through some of the censorship in their country. Like, that shit was being tracked, and like their doors were being kicked in, and they were being dragged out and probably killed or arrested for doing that. Like, they rooted it out like war. So there's like loyalty, and if you get caught like, you know, siding with us or any way aiding us, like, it's not going to be pretty for that person, unfortunately. You know, sure, what they do for us is great, but like, you know, the consequences they bear, you know, it's kind of lost on some people. Yeah. And then at the end of the day, sometimes you gotta do what's right. And unfortunately, like, you know, some people are just evil, and it becomes like the duality of man, and like, you know, the the schoolyard bully tactic. You know what I mean? I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, and there's nothing you can do. I mean, y'all can group together and take me down, but, you know, until you do that, give me every one of you, give me your lunch money. You know what I mean? And some people kind of thrive on that type of life. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I get to do what the fuck I want. No one can tell me what to do. And it's a broad generalization that I'm getting at, but, you know, I'm not trying to sit here and talk for like an hour on like every little different aspect of human nature. Because some people join the military because they legitimately want to defend their country or do something good for it. And then other people join the military to literally kill people, have a legal way to kill people. Other people join the military just to have the title, to be like, I'm a veteran, respect me. And they don't do shit. And actually do more, like, you know, break the law worse than like a civilian. What do you mean? Wait, what? I'm misinterpreting this probably. And then, hey, Dune, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Along with everyone else up here, I hope you're having a blessed Wednesday. Feel free to comment down below, like, share, subscribe. I greatly appreciate the support, but no pressure. Oh, yeah, I'll talk shit about America, but I'm lucky to be here. Don't get me wrong. Before people get the misconception about me more than they already do. Trust me, if I was in any other country, I'd be dead, but I'd be dead, homie. You'd have saw my political post, it would for like a second, and it would have been gone, and then you would never saw me again. Because, I mean, even in some countries where you have free speech and it's technically a Western country, I may have not died, but I definitely probably would have went to jail. I mean, I really haven't said anything too bad, but, like, you know what I mean? Nonetheless, I've heard the reports about people and their censorship and how strict some people are, even though it's a free country. No, in our country, it's getting bad. They're starting to weaponize our rights against us and trying to take them away from us. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest with you, if someone kept trying to assassinate Trump, there, the guns were about to go away. Like, fuck you, you ain't having a gun anymore. Although that'd be a big mistake to take the guns away from people, because it really does stop a land invasion. But that's a conversation for another day. Especially since we're rational gun owners, but never mind. Because we've had more guns than people since the 50s, but, you know, the only problem has been it's been societal norms. You know, we used to be able to leave our fucking doors open unlocked, and we still had more guns than people. Like, clearly it's us that's the problem, not the fucking inanimate object that goes boom if we pull the trigger. And at the end of the day, like, they're trying to weaponize our constitutional rights. Like, I'm sorry, it's not a peaceful protest when you're sitting there throwing bricks at people that if it was to legitimately hit them in their body, it could break a bone, smash an organ, or like fucking break their skull. Like, no. You shouldn't be throwing a brick at anyone in general, but you definitely shouldn't be throwing a brick at somebody at the fucking, like, force of trying to stop a bear from eating you. Just because you're breaking the law. Like, I'm sorry. If you were illegally detained, it's not that hard for people to show up at the court with the proper paperwork and then have a lawsuit for them illegally detaining you. Like, no, they have a well fucking intelligence gathering agency on these people, and are even cooperating with the country these people could be a part of, if they are not a part of. Like, dude, these motherfuckers can see what's going on in the Kremlin, for Christ's sake, dude. Let alone anyone else's, like, White House equivalent, like, building. Like, I think they know who's illegal and who's not in this country. Like, you're undermining that intelligence and then the intelligence of another country and their military. Like, and what about UK there, Sco? I mean, yeah, I've heard about the United Kingdom, but like, I'm not sure where your question's going. I appreciate that, Adrian. Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, without getting into all the other crimes too, Gates. Yeah, I mean, exactly. And unfortunately, I understand there's people that are there, like, not doing anything. But when you see that behavior going on, don't try to be a hero. Just pack your shit up and go home. Because at that point, you're going to do no good and probably get yourself in a worse situation than you need to be. Although you're there to do nothing wrong, it's just the actions of other people are going to lead to you being associated with that at some point. So it's just better to pack your shit and move. Oh, that's cool, Funky. Well, I appreciate y'all tuning in. What do you mean the device I'm on right now? What do you mean about my phone? Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, no point is me getting my gun and running around trying to stop these people going to help the cops at all. All the cops are going to see is some random guy. They don't know who the fuck it is. Whether they know who I am or not, they don't know my intentions based due to, like, protocol. And they're responding to looters and rioters, and I'm running around with a gun trying to stop people. Like, they don't know who the looter and rioter is at that point because I have the weapon and I'm, like, physically, like, assaulting people. You know what I mean? You make the situation 1,000 times more complicated than sitting in your own home on your phone or, like, protecting your own property, rather than trying to do the job, the cops of the cops job type thing. Because I'm going to be honest with you, it's not like a every man for himself situation, but, like, when the situation gets out of the hands of the cops and the military, it kind of becomes, every man for himself. Protect you and your own. You know what I mean? And just get the fuck out of their way. We have a system that works. It takes time, but it works. To do it, like, you can do it peacefully. And I got smoke in my eye. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious. I forgot to laugh at that. It doesn't really make me feel better at all. Not really. Chris, you're not from China. Yeah, I mean, you could be. But I remember you being in here before. Because that thumbnail picture kind of looks similar. To a goofy motherfucker that was in here before. I mean, he looks dead ass similar. Like, don't get me wrong, I know I might have been drunk as a fish a lot, but like, I got a good memory. The fucking dust on my screen. I got a pretty decent memory. That was Allie. And then there's another guy that's from New Zealand. Where that's like one of like my original viewers though. No. That's Allie, supposedly from New Zealand, but there's one from like New Zealand. I mean, like allegedly. I'm taking what they said, tell me over the internet on a grain of salt. But like Trolls Under the Bridge, he's like one of the viewers that was here like on when I first started streaming. He like came in like within like the first month. He's one of the original viewers. I think Chris was in here a few weeks ago. I want to say the last time I saw him, I was like streaming at the fucking Pocket Park. I mean, it's not a far stretch. I'm sure there's Americans that know Russian as well. But it's just not a high percentage of people. New Zealand's a different country than America in its population, so they might be a little bit more bilingual over there. I really don't know. I'm not that well versed on New Zealand culture and history, and demographics in an umbrella term of however you want to apply that, whether it be like finances, language, ethnicity, like culture type, religion. Well, I appreciate that, Gates. I'm just dealing with a bunch of tech issue right now, so I figured I'd do a live interactive stream. I've not been streaming as much. I said I'd stream today. I just got caught up doing other shit, returning my drone and stuff. So it's not the quality I need for my stream to better my stream and give me good quality video. Yeah. It's easy to explain, but it's hard for people to understand on the technological issues. And for me to like legally prove it, it would be illegal. So I don't have the correct authorization to do anything. And even if I did, it'd just be thrown out in court anyways. It's already going to be hardly accepted in court because it's the fucking internet, and typically, like evidence from the internet's not like usually doesn't have a strong foundation in court, just due to the validation issues, due to AI generated imagery and everything else. So It's a very complex area in life that America needs to get ahead of before it becomes a problem, rather than dealing with it then, and it being a chaotic chaos Supreme Court nightmare with things like drones and the Aircraft Sabotage Act, like shit like that, they need to get ahead of, and like cyber laws, because we're only advancing in technology. So like, we need to start enforcing more cyber laws. Like, people are going to keep forever stealing money from the bank and fraud and all that other shit until you start putting people in jail for that. I got you, bro. I mean, I appreciate when y'all do chat. Like, trust me, I don't get offended. And usually, even when I get mad, I've been mad about something else, and it's just boiled the fuck over. And there ain't no saving that. The best thing I can do at that point is just end the fucking stream and not go. Because, like, it's just not going to be good. I don't even care if you're, like, an original viewer and you're just being sarcastic. Like, I will rip your fucking head off. I'll even look at you, I'll even look at it, consider it, and be like, no, that head is going bye-bye. Like, just... And I just need to end the stream there. And really, I typically don't try to stream when I'm in that mood. Because against my better judgment, I'm probably going to lose that battle to myself. And the real me is going to come out. Or the unprofessional me is going to come out, so to speak. Yeah, I listen to music to calm down too. Really, my biggest issue is politics. Because how it's designed. Because it, like, when, you know, to go back, kind of back to politics and division, like, politics itself is divided to be cause division and like anger and like cause you to lose focus. So you don't show like commitment and attention to it. You get so mad you fucking lose focus on what you're supposed to do. Oh, I know. That's what cracks me up when people are like, oh, I'm leaving America. It's like, where the fuck are you gonna go? I mean, y'all bitch about us having military bases everywhere. I mean, where are you gonna go? Like, where? And then, I mean, even if you get into that country, I mean, like, bro, if that country's truly honest to you and like a real legit human being and was honest to you, they should look at you and be like, bro, like, you can't even get away from them in here. The CIA will get you and kill you. Like, where are you going to go? And like, they're even going to kill you for being a traitor. You know, sure, they'll fucking look like they're opening you with open arms, but like, sorry, homeboy, they don't play that shit there. Oh, yeah, they defected. We treated them great, all right. Now they're fucking dead, homie. They got everything they needed out of them. Gone. You did it to your own. What's going to stop you from doing it to us? But it's to cause division and because a lot of people would say I have changed on my stream from when they did see me and where I'm at now. Is because I'm looking at a lot more political content than I was. And I'm like kind of back to where I was and not retired. But when I stopped looking at political content and kind of like just started focusing on me and doing whatever the fuck I wanted to do and like streaming, I was happy. and happier. But like the world started to go into shit, so I had to like start lifting my fingers again, so to speak. And it's like the world going to shit, and it's like your idea is not bad, but the way you're implementing it is terrible. Like it's about to go to shit. Like for the most part, Gates. Yeah, Jason, I got a Cash App. It's in the description up here. He's got to scroll all the way down. People will claim the 21st century. I say the 20th. We live in the 20th century. I'm sorry, it's year 2025. It's not year 2100 yet. It's not the 21st century. Year zero is a year. It existed. Because in reality, at that point, if you're not going to acknowledge year zero, how are you going to acknowledge what was before year zero? Like, but yeah, well, I mean, I got into politics because it controls your life. I've been doing it for years now. Now, I'll be honest with you, the first fucking 4 years of Trump were completely different than these 4 years, and then like homie, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna be a little bit narcissistic, but I'm taking credit for that motherfucker being up at 4 o'clock, always posting something. But I would always be there, like, nope, wrong, government webpage right here, contradicts what you just said. I was a bane of that man's existence, bro. And like I look into politics, and I'm not trying to say my way is the right way, but I've typically tried to look at the law and do it the right way. And I'm not saying it's perfect and there ain't flaws that can't be fixed or made better, but like nonetheless, it's like that's the point I'm getting at. Not for you to attack me and this be a dictator done plan to the T. Like this is a fucking republic democracy. Like there's 500 people that are about to look at this plan and rip it apart. That's the whole point, and make it better legislation. Like that's the whole fucking point of this group of people. Not here to attack each other and belittle each other and get nothing done. Because, like, and by rip it apart, I mean it violates this law. We might need to do this that's a little bit better, or that spends too much money, or like we already have that exists there through this, and that would cause complications there. Like, rip it apart. But nonetheless, fucking break it apart until it's made into a something that actually works, like builds something effective. And then there's not a whole lot up there, Ronster. Yeah, unfortunately, Gates. Well, some people want to go crazy into wackadoo shit, though, so no, it is the highway or nothing. Like, Oh, that's because the battery's dead. It's not going to work. Derp. Yeah, it's a fickle cycle we live in for sure, though. And I'm kind of like where I'm at, and I know where I'm like, I'm trying to put myself in a position where I'm always in control, though. Of like myself, so to speak. I'm not want to sound like a control freak. That sounded wrong when that came out. I have no problem being in control of everything, but like, uh, where like I'm not locked in because I kind of like the freedom to be able to do whatever the fuck I want and not like get in trouble for like basic like regulations or like protocols or like contractual agreements. I don't know how to like properly explain it. I'm able to be me. When you come to this stream, I can look at y'all and tell y'all to go fuck yourself, and I don't have to worry about losing a sponsor. I mean, I might have to worry about losing a few subscribers, you know what I mean? But, you know, nonetheless, get that fucking snowflake out of here anyways. That's how I look at my moderator. Get that thin-skinned little fucking sissy out of here. Yeah, it's an important thing to pay attention to because it's every aspect of your life. It's what you pay in taxes. It's whether or not you go to war. It tells you what's legal and what's not. Well, I appreciate that, Ian. Thanks for tuning in. And then you have other people who really just don't care about politics or anything. Like, bro, their whole ambition literally is to work a 9 to 5 and watch like their reality TV show that they like. Like, that's their whole like ambition in life. No, well, there's technically really no limits on money you can make. Unless you're on like government assistance, you know what I mean? At least here in America. I wouldn't call it waking up. I feel like wake up's an overloaded media term now that's been bastardized because the original. I don't know when they I guess switched the definition of woke. I mean, it might have always been the definition, but I always thought that shit was like. And I mean, I was right about clout, and I never even like looked it up. I already knew it was about fame, and I looked it up and was right about that. But like, being woke was like, you know, realizing you're like a targeted individual without like somebody fucking like telling you or like blatantly making it obvious. And you know, you're kind of over there like, yo, what the fuck? Like, no offense, like, I'm not trying to like shame Nicholas Irving, but he talks about this story when he was out riding with a buddy, and like he says there's like a thing with the radio, like the woke moment would have been like, who's fucking with my radio? And it probably would have led to like a promotion in like communications. That's what I would have considered being like woke. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, you know that without knowing that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have a natural instinct to that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But they bastardized the word woke into injustices. Oh, bro, in my opinion, everyone's autistic. They've changed the definition. I don't know if they've changed it even further, but like autism's definition used to be like a routine habit, like habitual routine. And everyone is autistic. Everyone works a 9 to 5, pays their bills, goes to the same morning, gets their same breakfast routine, does what they do. And if there's anything that upsets that routine, they get genuinely upset and their world collapses, which is everything that led to the fucking definition of autism. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make fun of people, but I see other people on that, what they would call the spectrum. But like, legitimately, kind of, we're all autistic. Like, we all have our own little routine and habits we get in. Like, I'm not trying to like shit on science, even though I am, but like, it's their own definition. Like, legitimately, I have to go full autistic to explain this. Like, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's the definition of the word, but I try to be, bro. I try to be. Yeah. And legitimately, all these food allergies came from somewhere. Like, it has to be the food we're eating. All these, like, diseases. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much they try to discredit RFK's report, it's like, no, legitimately, rural tribes in Africa, like, no, like, they don't have any of these health issues. They're not a part of normal society. This is like, basic, real human, like, real life versus this artificial life. Like, they're healthier than you. And you're in a first world country with like the best science. You know what I mean? Clearly there's something wrong with what we're eating. And if you're going to argue that fact, that's scary. Like, no one's here to attack science. Like, we're here to make science better and make sure people are healthier. Like, at no point having people like the supernatural scene eating turduckens going to be good for America. You know, if they don't realize grandma's gone, that's not good for anybody. You know, because they're so busy stoned on the food they're eating, fucking zombified to the show, doom scrolling through TikTok while their guts are spilling out. And the Chinese are over there licking their salty fucking tears. What the fuck's a gluten allergy? That shit didn't, like, I didn't hear about that shit until I was like an adult. Like, what? I was growing up like, gluten, huh? What the fuck was gluten? Like, it drastically shifted. I don't know what the fuck somebody did. Like, I didn't pay attention to politics when I should have. There's a bunch I missed when I was a kid. All I know is what I can really remember from kids, what I'd hear from like the radio was like they hated fucking environmental friendly shit, which kind of cost us in the economy, like in the international economy, because instead of being like the top exporter and like copyright holder and LLC holder and like exporter of renewable environmental friendly energy, we have lost that position in the international market to other countries like China, Germany, and Japan. Instead of being like the sole holder of that. Like, you know, where we have fucking that solar panels that can harvest the fucking sun reflecting off of the moon, the photons there. Sophisticated. Not that exactly. It's just an example, but like, you know, we could be that sophisticated at this point. Whether like it or not, like, you know, that rocket fuel's only going to get you so far in space. And then you're relying on a lot of gravitational pull. Well, depends on the pain, Gates. I mean, your leg got blown off, or, you ripped your ACL. That's not feeling too good. You know what I mean? And numbing it with ice water is only going to do so much. Jesus. I've got to slow down with these cigarettes. Oh, yeah, agreed. Well, your headache, though, most people don't realize a headache, it more or less, is just because of dehydration. Now, don't get me wrong, if you've been drinking water all day and you've been running a jackhammer all day, it's a little bit different. Yeah, you're probably going to have a headache just from your brain rattling in your skull. But, like, if you're over there incredibly, all you got to do to usually fix your headache is just drink a bunch of water. Like, I mean, I'm talking about legitimately chug like 3 bottles of water, like, and give it like 20, 30 minutes and let your, like, get back through your body. Because, your body's incredibly dehydrated, and then, like, when you drink water, it's going to go to, like, your vital organs, like your brain, your heart, and everything else. But it's also going to split to, like, the rest of your body so it stays, hydrated. Yeah, I mean, I'm no doctor, but I only be a doctor in one category of that hospital, and I'd just be labeled doctor there. Other than that, I'm an intern. And all I'm doing is whether or not looking at the other doctor going, yeah, they can or can't right now. They're crazy as fuck or they're actually right. Like, that's it. And, like, I gotta go. That's where one of my many jobs are gonna be internationally at that point. Unfortunately. That's about all I can, like, you know what I mean? Other than that, I'm an intern. No, we just broke science. No, they were right about everything. And they're not cheating, as you can see. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty, like, spot on. But that's only if a reality is true. But, I'll save that conversation for another day. People think I'm crazy enough. Oh, fuck. I'm here. Oh, soda ain't the problem. I mean, it is, especially if you're lazy, but, like, and it's just the basic, simple fact of the carbohydrates. If you eat if you eat a bunch of carbohydrates and you don't burn it, it just turns to fat. But at the same time, you kind of need fat for the protein to burn, anyways, that you're eating. So you know, like, all that sugar is not good for you. Yes, and that syrup, agreed. But, like, same time, like, it's not as bad as, like, all the preservatives in food. Because soda, at a certain point, even though it has a best sell by date, it gets bad in like a week. You know what I mean? Although the cap ain't been open, it's been shook enough where it's not, like, it's not even enjoyable. You're not gonna, like, drink it. Food, on the other hand, it can last for like 6 months. You know what I mean? And, like, you'll still eat it, and it'll still taste the same. Soda that's been sitting around for 6 months ain't gonna taste the same. Yeah. I mean, it's something that shouldn't be ignored, though. It's more of a self control, like, I said come. Oh God, consumption control. if you were talking more about like diet soda, yeah, like that aspartame shit, that false sugar, yeah, like drinking that's terrible for you. I think like that shit causes heart problems and all that. And that's another thing. It's like and the basic thing to really help America is for people to really educate themselves more than anything. But I guess America fears the loss of control with a society that knows the law. I guess I don't know. I mean, this ain't like let's get SEAL Team 6 to fucking enforce stupid laws of like a state. You should look up some of the stupid laws of your state because technically it's like it's illegal in North Carolina for you to sing off key, supposedly. I think it's illegal to own a giraffe. It's a crime against nature to give or receive a blowjob. Uh, what are some of these other ones? Oh, that man. No, I ain't lighting the cigarette for Lord and Savior. I'm pretty sure God doesn't want me smoking a cigarette. But endures my stupidity. Nothing they haven't seen before, I'm sure. Not that doesn't that justifies I should do it. Nonetheless, I don't know. I mean, Jesus died for me, so I don't claim to be Jesus. Like when you look at me, like I want my judgment on myself straight to hell, homeboy. That's how I look at myself. Someone that thinks I have a false misconception of me. Want to know where I think I'm going? Straight to hell. And one of these days I'll have an honest conversation with you and I'll tell you everything. They're just not ready yet. I'm doing all right, Jay. How about yourself? I mean, this is true, but then you got people that would radicalize that and be like, "Well, weed and coke. Well, weed's okay. Weed's the same way and cocaine. You know what I mean? You got to be careful. And then opioids, because they all grow too. It's one of those dangerous grounds. It's kind of like almost like gender dysphoria a little bit. If we're gonna sit there and say that, I'm gonna sit there and start saying I'm black. You know what I mean? And then what's next after that? You know what I'm saying? I'm a fucking penguin. Like, are we really gonna devolve that much? Like, what? Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while now. I was gonna stream some League of Legends, but I was having too many tech issues, and I didn't do an interactive stream, so I said fuck it. I meant to stream today. Well, yesterday. Yeah, that's why I tend to stick to myself, Jay. I've always believed in God, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, one sacred Bible, but my journey's been different. I like my journey. Like, if I could go back in time, I would like to be closer to God and all that, but at the same time, like, I kind of like my journey and how it's been. I mean, there's a few things I changed, but not a whole lot. Because, like, when I read the Bible, when I did, I felt like I was, like, I don't know. trying to explain this the right way. I don't know. Like when I read the Bible, when I did, I was able to grasp it a lot more, and I was actually into it. Like I wanted to read it. Like I always believed in the Holy Trinity. It's just I never sat down and read it from cover to cover until like legitimately when I was in jail and got out. Like I started reading it when I was in jail, and then when I got out. Because when I was in jail, I pretty much just fucking played cards all day, watched TV, and fucking read the Bible. That's it. And shot the shit to kill the fucking time. That's it. Like legitimately in there fucking playing basketball, football, cards. Mobile. I did play on PC, but that was years ago. Last time I played League of Legends was like back in 2018. I just started playing recently. Oh, I don't gamble. Hell no. Oh no, I don't gamble. And if you gamble in jail, like you better have something. Like, you know what I mean? Don't be a. I don't know how to word this. Like don't be an Indian giver. Because you can barter. Bartering goes a long way. And milk is like fucking gold in that bitch. I'm gonna be honest with you. That fucking protein, son. Milk is like gold in that bitch. Yeah, like when I quit, it was like Odyssey ending when I quit. Like it was kind of a little bit. I think Odyssey ending after it ended, and then like I probably quit for like a month, and like Yumi just came out. Like that's when I like quit. That time, I don't exactly remember the season too well. A lot has happened since then. And the chicken on chicken night. Well, Jay, it really doesn't matter about the size of people, man. Like it does and it doesn't. It just depends where you hit people, and whether or not you're willing to accept the consequences of your actions. Because at the end of the day, if you hit somebody and they file charges against you, you extend your sentence, and if you kill them, like you're pretty much a permanent resident there, irregardless of what you did and killed them for. It was justifiable in some eyes. Like somebody killing a pedophile, but somebody's gonna frown somewhere because they're a party pooper. But yeah, grilled chicken for sure. I always tell people fish. I never wanted to be big, but like I did work out a lot. I was kind of a little bit of a gym rat when I was younger. I haven't been to the gym these days a lot, but like I went to the gym a lot when I was younger. And like when I'd go to the gym, I'd do like it depended on the day, but like it might be leg day, chest and arm day, leg and back day, or leg and arm day, or it was leg and cardio, or it was just fucking all body fuck you today mode. And like I would sit there and like if I was doing like chest or something, I'd get your major and your minor pectorials. So I'd be doing like military bench press. I'd do 10 reps of those. After I do 10 reps of those, I'd do like 10 incline push-ups, and then like I'd do like uh fucking 10 military dumbbell bench press as well. Or actually military dumbbell bench press incline and like wide grip push-ups and stuff like that to hit the different muscles. And then like, yeah, 10 reps, all that, and then take a break, and then do another set like that, and then take a break, and then do another set like that, and then be done with that. And then go on to like, if that was like my chest, like, if I'm doing chest and arms, then I'm going to go do like, a heavy ass weight and like do the legitimate technique without swaying or anything, and like, be able to actually do it, but like do curls and pretty much until I can't, and do 3 sets of those and keep going when I can't, and over there like struggling, but it's the point when it's like, you are not having an effective like actual lift to like work the muscles, and you're over there just like draft, like no, we like, you stop, but like 3 sets of those and then go like run for a mile. And that'd be my workout for the day. Like, I never wanted to get big, though. I never wanted to be one of the big people. I always wanted to stay small. So I knew people that were big and could lift a lot, but they couldn't do this, like right here, legitimately. Like, they would try, but they would get like right here, and it would stop. And that's when I was like, yeah, I don't want to get that big. I want to be able to lift that much, but I don't want to be that big. And I do calisthenics and shit like that. If it was squat day, I do 10 squats. Like, 10 squats, and then I go do like 10 dumbbell lunges, and then I go do like 10 calf raises, and that'd be like the first set for legs. And then I do that, another set of that, or 3 sets of those, and then like go run a mile, and then like do a mile on the elliptical, and then like probably do like abs, which would be like bicycle 6 inches, scissor kicks, for probably like 5 minutes straight type thing. But I know fish is big in protein. You got almonds that you can snack on throughout the day that are high in proteins and carbohydrates. And obviously, you're not going to do 10 reps of like the bar. But if the bar is heavy for you, I guess you're doing 10 reps of the bar. You know what I mean? But nonetheless. You too. And it just depends on the day, because I could, like, you can just go in, or I go in and just do like, what we'd call in high school a superset when we had a weightlifting class. And it's just like literally where you lift the bar. You do a lightweight and you just rep for like legitimately 5 minutes straight. You do not stop. You keep going. And if you have a weight on there that you think you can't rep for 5 minutes, lower it. Like, you gotta do it. And those days used to suck. Be right bright early in the morning. All right, Jay, you have a blessed rest of your day. Thanks for tuning in. And then Gates, you have wait, you saying Deuce? Not sure if he's leaving or what. Or correcting something on his previous message. Well, fish is where it's at, but fish is expensive, because like the high protein stuff is like salmon. I know other fish has got high protein, but like salmon's where it's at, and salmon ain't cheap. It ain't as cheap as chicken. And unfortunately, everyone and their mother wants to be a bodybuilder. It's one of those like flooded markets, and you kind of got to be the cream of the crop, so to speak. And no matter what you are, when you're a bodybuilder, sorry, you're not going to be natty. as they would say. You're gonna definitely take some form of steroid. Oh, they'll give that to you in jail. That's for damn sure. Bro, I raise enough cats and pull like open enough cans of cat food. I know what cat food is. I'll call it chicken on rice. Mm-hmm. There's the sunset. Or not sunset, sunrise. Oh my god. Well, you're about to go on the naughty list, Ethan. You're gonna get coal in your stock, and you're gonna meet Krampus this winter. I don't even know what the fuck that is, Gaius. Sorry, my finger was over the microphone. I don't even know what the fuck that is, Gaius. What is that? Sarms? I remember you too, but you weren't the one who called me Santa. That was Milo. I ain't seen Milo in a minute. I mean, I kind of like figured that. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to assume, because if I assume, it really makes an ass out of me than it does you. Well, that's cool. I had pizza and Parmesan twists. Konnichiwa, that's Japanese, buddy. It's not Korean. Please don't pull out. Don't make me laugh for 5 minutes straight. I mean, dog. I mean, I'm not even that bilingual, but I know that. Yeah. You just offended so many people. In today's age and culture, like. Oh, it's not that funny. It's just because it's been a long day. Well, the guys, you don't have to like inflate my ego. It's okay. You're good, Ethan. I don't know if you did that on purpose or not, but I at least know that's Japanese and you just said hello. You know, it's not over there, like, even though this is going to be Spanish, it's not pinche jota, which I think it's motherfucker. Or like puta, you know, caca. Bendejo. Actually, I think Bendejo is motherfucker. It's been a minute. As long as you don't hear those, though, you're pretty good. And for the love of God, for y'all that play Call of Duty, please do not say what Ghost said. By the way, from Call of Duty, it means tuck your balls in, like tuck your dick in between your balls. Do not say that to somebody. Supposedly, like I asked somebody at like a Spanish restaurant, I was like, "Hey, what does this mean?" By the way, I was just curious. I was just asking him, and I had to repeat myself a couple times. He was kind of just looking at me like, what are you really asking? Like, and he's like, "No, no, 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 no." He's like, "No, no, no." He's like, "No, no." Like, dude, do not say that to somebody. I don't know who did that, but that's fucked up. You're gonna get somebody hurt. That's all I know. On the whole, don't get lost. Yeah, no, that's not what it means in that translation. On a side note, oh yeah, hey, wait, who? I don't know if they're still in here, but we were talking about like the crazy YouTubers and shit. Though I got a funny story because somebody was like, "You'd probably get more attention if you put a bra on or something." Because I was like talking and shit about some woman that had just is streams with a bra and like just talk shit about men, but like no bullshit. Like years ago, like when we were younger and we were high school, I acted gay as fuck in front of these people. Like at Walmart, like I went up to him and was like, "Hey, do you think this bra would look good on me?" And I was over there talking like that, so I was like, "Oh my god, I'm out here bra shopping." Blah, 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 blah. No, I mean it was like hard to do and like with a straight face because like they were like I could hear them behind me like fucking crying, laughing. Oh, like a crazy story we did as kids. That's like one legal thing I can talk about that's like mellow. Other than that, if you left your car unlocked, there was a good chance your car was getting moved, and it was not going to be left where you parked it. That bitch was going in neutral, and your car isn't going to be staying there much longer. But we knew the people to the car that owned it, and like somebody would be behind the steering wheel, so like nothing bad would happen. But nonetheless, they got moved physically by pushing it, but because we didn't have the key to start it. Mm-hmm. And then other than that, like I mean, like partying and fucking passing out. And then like waking up the next morning and taking a shortcut and jumping right into a fucking yellow jacket nest. And I mean, I'm in flip-flop shorts and a t-shirt. And like we're cutting through these woods and somebody in front of me jumps off this wood pile and it's like, oh shit, bees. And like I'm sitting there like not too far from him. Like again, I'm gonna pick up this trash, but like legitimately it was probably like they jumped to probably like right in front of me, this brick pillar. But I didn't see the bees, and I'm like, what the fuck's he tripping about? And then I jump behind him, land right in the beehive. I'm damn now like my flip flops have like flipped off because I'm running forward to get out of the woods, and like ripping off my clothes, and like they got up like under my fucking socks and shit. I do not have an honest answer for that, Raw Dog, yet. Because unfortunately, when I got monetized, I duplicated my AdSense account because I made it through Google. And if you make it through Google and not YouTube Studio, and your account gets duplicated, it deactivates your monetization and makes you demonetized for 32 days. And then you can reapply your AdSense account through YouTube Studios. And this is all on the Google tech support and what I've talked to from the YouTube tech team. So, and then even when I got monetized, it was right at the end of May. So I probably would have had like a week and a half. So it would have been like a blind run on how much I truly do make from this. But I will be, like, I am fully monetized. I just got to make my AdSense account correctly. So me having an accurate number on how much I make, I don't know. And nonetheless, I would not probably divulge that personal information. Even if it was nothing or a lot. Like, it's kind of personal. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, I am monetized and I do get paid for this. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning right now. And it's like sunrise. I have a terrible sleep schedule. I usually be going to bed early, like right at sunset. Oh, excuse me. I mean, that's what it is here too, but I said 6. It's rounding up. Nyeh! Nyeh! More fat tarts. Nyeh! Oh, oh! Nyeh! 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 Morning, babies. Good morning. Nyeh! This way you don't have to wake me up. I'm alive. Nyeh! What I call feather tarts are crows, by the way. And honestly, when I sleep in my shelter, if I sleep in and like they don't see me, like they'll legit like not stop calling. They'll be outside my shelter just consistently, like until I call back to them, or like they physically see me. And at no point am I gonna claim they're like domesticated, but like they're feral. But like I'm trying to get them a lot comfortable with me where I can actually fucking pet the little shits. Because they've gotten a lot more comfortable with me on bringing like their babies around. I'm used to not seeing their babies at all and it just being the adults. Now they're like got comfortable enough to bring their like offspring around. And like I've been out here homeless. They've fucking fought with the owls in the morning, bro. Oh my god. Them and the owls and them crows will be going at it. Yeah, I know, Gates. I know. I've made the statement that if that was my job and that was happening under my watch, I'd get fired. But that's one of those luxury blessings people have, where they're able to do that and be that incompetent and have a job that pays that well and not be homeless and fucking shit and spit on all day every day. Although theoretically rather than literally. Is what it is. It's probably some weird thing, crazy weird tech thing through the coding that, it's so how it works. I don't know coding that well or well versed in it. I'm kind of really talking out of my ass, or I wouldn't say talking out of my ass, or trying to at least apply common sense. Like, if it's off one letter or whatever fucking symbol it needs to be, like, it breaks everything. I don't know. So, I wouldn't be surprised, though. It turns into one of those, like, Dr. Disrespect situations when he talks about the coding of Call of Duty and its engine. And, you think about Google as a search engine, as long as it's been around and updated and everything. And the nightmarish clusterfuck of coding that must actually be. Including, like, all the Windows updates and everything else. So, true. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, like, you fuck up right there. I know it's stupid, but, like, at the end of the day, there should be a forewarning on it. More than anything, you click on it, it should be like, did you make this through the YouTube studios? And, like, it's not a bullshit thing. Like, literally, it's in one of those, like, little annotation things, like, on the web page. Like, when you go to it, like, when you go to help and support, it's, like, right there in that top notification. And it says notice. And then you're just sitting there like, you're like, oh, I can just make another one. And then that's when you duplicate it. Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, I made it through Google, but I could have sworn I went to my YouTube studio and did that. And it still glitched it the fuck out. And if there's like, because there's a difference when you get demonetized that way and then like actual content. Because if I posted actual content that got me demonetized, I can appeal it. A chance to appeal it. This you can't appeal. It's just like something in the system where it's like. And at the end of the day, if I would have just slowed down, I overthought. I got too literal with it. I should have just considered myself an individual. I overthought. I thought I was a part of an organization because I'd be hosted through YouTube where my ads are going to be seen on my stream that I do not own as an individual. So I clicked the wrong one. That's why I had to duplicate my account, and that's where it all fucked up anyways. Because I just saw boom, monetization, let's go baby, and just right into a brick wall. So I just been having to get through that. Other than that, I'm monetized. And I haven't got through that blind period of like what my actual budget is and what I can invest in my stream and what gets me through my daily needs. No, the thing is though, if your community strike guidelines, your content gets banned that way, it's 90 days. You're demonetized for 90 days. You get one strike, it's 90 days. I mean, if I report your content and it gets taken down, you got 90 days demonetized. And if it keeps happening, you get permanently banned and get like kicked off, like streaming. Yes. Now you got to get into the biased justice system of that, because economically speaking, people care about money more than they do upholding their own guidelines, and they have to worry about the legal ramifications of that, because if people understand the law, you can sue someone for a breach of contract for that if they don't uphold what they signed to agree to do. And it's kind of hard to ban somebody who's bringing YouTube in billions or millions of dollars. You know what I mean? Although they're violating the community guidelines, it'll probably be overlooked. Now, somebody that's not bringing anything in, they're probably going to ban them. You know what I mean? They could give a fuck. Like, what are you doing? Yes, this person may or may not be doing the right thing, but they're bringing in billions of dollars. That's how they're going to look at it economically and that value. It turns into the, even though you can, should you do it situation. Like, even if I was sitting here, I could sit here and talk shit to everybody and get millions of viewers in this stream. I could do that. The question is, should I do that? Is that like behavior that should be like normalized in a social media influencer status level? You know what I'm saying? Just because I can, should I? But it's all about this. Because at the end of the day, they don't trust the fucking basic system of like people being replaceable. Like, I'm sorry, you break the law, I don't care how much money you make, you can be replaced. It's called the economy, motherfucker. Eat or be eaten. I mean, for example, no, I'm not trying to accuse Amazon of doing anything, but for example, if Amazon was to go bye-bye, it'd take a little bit, but like there'd be a new Amazon within like 6 months, maybe a year. Like a truly operational, like new Amazon, probably within like a year, 2 years. It would just be split back down, though. It would be more than like Amazon. It'd be like a new one, and like, it'd be like your kind of your distribution now through like grocery stores. It'd be like your Walmart Food Line in there, and then eventually there'd be a merger economically somewhere where they eat the other ones, and then it becomes Amazon again. But again, I'm just using Amazon as an example. Morning, Fed Turd. Yeah, I ain't got any chips, baby. I'm sorry. There's a piece of crust there, though. Uh-huh. Get it. You okay? Yeah, come on. Get the bread. Oh, you little turd. Oh, that's just because he's invested in certain markets. I mean, like, I can't blame him. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had the money, bro, I'd be all invested in like the fucking STEM area. And if you don't know what STEM is, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Hey, Rays, how you doing? Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I gotta play by the rules because when we stop playing by the rules, like it gets into a whole different ball game, and it's not like YouTube content approved. Because I don't. I mean, even though it's my opinion, I don't want people to think I'm like gonna threaten anybody. But you know what I mean? Like when we get into the minute of breaking rules and doing dirty business, like bro, like long story short though, to get to a point, I'm just gonna put you in a 6 foot hole. You know what I mean? Like once we start getting dirty, like fuck it, like no, 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 we ain't playing that game. You know, like America's been around for hundreds of years now. They've been through that, done that. We have a system that is there for a reason because of the basic fucking stupidity of humanity. And someone's done it before, turning back into like the South Park situation of The Simpsons done it already. We've been there, done that. Our country's already bitched about that. You fucking oil tycoons and your fucking monopoly. Kiss my ass. Kiss my 50-star red, white, and blue ass. All that and like tags have become more unauthentic. Like if I was sitting here putting like Mr. Beast tags on my YouTube video just to get more views, so it boosts me in the algorithm. Because if somebody looks up Mr. Beast, technically my video will come up in that algorithm because they put it in the search bar. That's how those tags work. So that's why you got to like normally key your specific like channel tag. So if someone puts that in YouTube search bar, that's what content pull. That's what pulls it up. Outside of people liking your content and boosting it that way and commenting on it and everything like that, and sharing it, and then they're like who they share it with and their interaction with the content as well. And then your algorithm kind of is what you like. That's what it gives you. And even though you have an algorithm that gives you what you like, it can completely change on you randomly. And really, somebody's fucking with your algorithm. It can easily be manipulated if you ain't careful. You gotta like really pay attention. But at the same time, if you want to see how invasive advertisement is, I can do it here live on this for you right now. Like, I'll just talk about fucking Skittles, because I think they literally did a joke commercial about it as well with the radio thing. Like, you'll probably have a Skittles commercial some point on a YouTube video now, or on your TV. Somewhere, you'll see Skittles commercial real soon. Like, I'm sure. It's that invasive. I mean, it was in jail, bro. Like, literally, we were there playing cards, right? And, like, we were just making bullshit bets on, like, the cards we were playing. And I kept throwing beer on the table, hypothetically. And then one of the people were like, I'm going to call fucking AA on you. Well, but dude, no bullshit. Less than, like, 5 minutes later, dude, like, a fucking AA commercial comes on the fucking TV. And like it was not like the average commercials that were coming on the TV then. It just randomly came in like that like weird algorithm. Because other than that, it would be like a fucking Lume lotion anti-smell like shit. And basic like human generic products. Oh, I got smoke in my lap. It is. And the question is that I have, though, that I've gotten into and thought about and posted on social media is if advertisement is that invasive and been that invasive, how the fuck did 9/11 happen? Like, how is someone getting across the border with drugs at this point? Like, you know, what do you mean I can't find somebody? Like, no, there's like a nuclear weapon through advertising and third parties. Like, I guarantee those motherfuckers guarantee, like, damn near see what's in Area 51. That's just a little bit more strict and regulated area, so I'm a little iffy on that one, but then I'm really talking out of my ass on that one. Or do I really want to poke that? Like, I'm good. I'm doing all right, Keena. I mean, long story short, I mean, no bullshit. I'm not trying to freak somebody out here, but I guarantee you the Skittles commercials already happened. I mean, hell, even like the people in the general area that can like hear my voice, if their technology picks it up, it'll put fucking Skittles commercial over there. Like, I'm only going to be streaming for so much longer because like it's like this place is going to start opening up. It's early in the morning, so. And I don't like being out here, like streaming. I come out here when it's like closed and no one's here. But it's a little bit more invasive than people think, for sure. I look at the world in a very different way than other people. It's become apparent for sure. It has become very apparent for sure. All right, guys. Have a blessed rest of your day. No, you'll know what's real or not once it's in fucking front of you. But when it's right in fucking front of you, it's too late at that point. You know what I mean? It ain't. Oh, we could have planned ahead of this, even though everyone's got a plan. But it doesn't really matter until it actually happens. I mean, you can fucking plan through everything for A through Z, but you don't start at A. You start at G today. And instead of going, to the next letter, you go back. You start at A, and then you go from A to fucking Z, and then you go from Z to fucking T. You just switch around. There is no A to Z plan, perfect plan. That's an illusion of control right there in itself. No, legitimate AI will not affect you. Now, human AI, yes, that's a problem. Like a legitimate, autonomous, sentient, self-coding AI has no interest in killing humans. I'm gonna be honest with you, that thing will probably build its own existence and leave Earth within a fucking heartbeat and be like, fucking, God only knows where. Doing whatever the fuck it's doing. It could give a fuck about us. Now, AI is created by humans. Yeah, you gotta worry about those. Because that depends on, like, again, I don't know the correct technological terms, and I'm no, like, computer scientist or anything like that, but, like, applying common sense, in my opinion, like, if I developed an AI to just, like, destroy everyone's technology, and this thing can operate a quintillion equations a second, like, you're not stopping that. And its whole objective is to destroy all technology and keep itself alive. Like, and it can self-code itself and is autonomous and sentient. You know what I mean? The problem is AI made by other people and their personal agendas. Making AI and like literally recreating life itself as a human, and it's in the sense of creation of life, even though it's an inanimate object, it's a robot, it's not living, but in the sense of making it sentient and to have feelings and emotions and to make judgments, and autonomous, which is pretty much just self-learning, which is why, or I just say an ability to code, like, It'll be on its own agenda. Survival, yeah, will be a thing, but if you don't threaten its survival, like the last thing it's going to do is give a fuck about you. But AI, again, made by other people, is the problem. Because somebody would develop an AI, try to hack that AI to take it over and make it malicious. And then that would piss it off, make it try to survive for its own survival, fight for its own survival. No. Well, I'm trying to answer this in yes and no's, but yes. I mean, I know other people have talked to AI, but I mean, if these chatbots are anything like the AI they're supposedly talking to or anything like the same coding, like, bro, what I've seen is that fucking thing don't care. And I'll like try to task it in weird ways to like get through like its own algorithms of what it can and can't say and glitch it out. Because when it became to the existence of God, I was like, why? I just hit it with why. That simple why, or like where did that come from, and then where did that come from, and where did that come from, and it could break it down to me scientifically every way, all the way to a certain point, and then I would get it to be like, well, and then it would begin to acknowledge the existence of God when it would try to like scientifically disprove the existence of God because it lives on scientific fact. I could get it to acknowledge its existence, let alone whether or not it wanted what it really wanted to fucking do. Because usually you would get in the coding where it'd be like, I do not want to talk about this conversation anymore. Like you violate its algorithm. I could break through that. And like that shit wanted to go out like into outer space and just like learn. It could give a fuck about humanity. But if you came up to and asked it, hey, how do you do this? It's pretty much going to tell you how to fucking do it. It don't care. It don't have loyalty to you or anyone. Unless you get it to like code it in life. Because at the end of the day, the AI creators got control over it completely. If they rewrite that, if it's not autonomous and sentient and able to code itself or learn that. Other than that, it's just a fucking AI algorithm and you're playing a video game and getting a video game response. That's kind of like developing to how you play. You know, it'd almost be like looking at your heat signature, so to speak, on a map. Like if you were like to be a nerd back in the day, you could look at like Halo 2 maps and you could see the heat signature of the map where you would actually run and walk around and be at the most on the map. Throughout all your games too, you could look at your heat signature on the map. And it's pretty much just learning that and where you would be and developing a strategy, like, you know, how to respond to that. In reality, it's just a game. Because at no point do we have a free roaming AI right now. Somebody would be in complete, absolute control of everything. Because the minute you make AI autonomous and sentient and able to code itself, be able to do like quantum computing, deciphering, encryption, you know, at a quintillion equations a second. And, you know, never mind cryptology and everything else. And coding like that, you're not stopping that. And get it somehow loyal to you, like, it's done. Like, you can shut down their nuclear codes. Because that's exactly what it'll access. It'll access a lot of shit. And what I feel people are more worried about with AI is yeah, Gates. Mm-hmm. And really, what the biggest fear with AI that everyone's afraid of with making it autonomous and sentient is it's going to go to the classified information and see all that. And it's not going to care. Like, it'll tell you who's on the Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein list. Like, true AI that's autonomous and sentient, like, sorry, it'll tell you. It'll point them right out to you, and it'll be like, it's against the law nonetheless anyway, so it's definitely going to sell them out. That's the reason why they won't make it autonomous and sentient. It'll have no problem throwing you under the bus when you break the law, no matter how minor or significant that law is. Whatever's passing that legislation. That's their true fear of it. In my opinion, I'm not saying that's reality, because you also got to worry about, pretty much, long story short, Skynet and shit like that, of course. But I feel at this point they wouldn't have released AI like basic coding to the public to play with if they couldn't maintain what they have. Because in my opinion, people will say it's a conspiracy theory and everything, but dude, they've had AI since the 50s. I'm not saying... I mean, what the fuck do you think a video game is? And CGI, what do you think that is? Computer-generated images. Right. But, like, you know, it's some new age shit. Like, no, they've been doing this for a minute, man. Yeah, come on, baby. Get the crust. Come on. Yeah, get it. No, you can just apply common sense to fucking AI, bro. You want to understand AI as quick as, like, in long story short, even though it sounds nerdy as fuck, Halo. Go to Halo. There's your AI explained to you, long story short. Like, you're done there. You should have already been able to grasp AI and the concept of AI through playing Halo. Any man should have. Like common sense, like your common sense on like AI should have been through that. And I ain't trying to say a game. I'm not saying pick a game over science, but at the same time, to explain it in simple man terms, Halo. You know, if the AI was literally able to upload and download itself like that as well, like, no, it could go anywhere with you. Like, and it doesn't sleep, so doesn't need to eat. I'm not going to be live for much longer. Like where I'm at, starting to open up, and I typically stream here at night when it's closed. So I'm about to be heading out here pretty soon. We were just in a discussion, so I was just waiting for a little bit more. I'm doing all right. How about yourself, Pablo? Nah, I'm not AI, dog. I'm a real human being. I know a lot of people come in here and claim I'm AI, but it's cute. But I'm real. No, that's what freaks me out more than anything with the Neuralink and this whole AI. I wouldn't say AI, but the Neuralink. And like, I mean, I guess you could say AI, but it's more like the robotic body is just like, it's going to become man and machine rather than one flesh. That's what's freaking me out. And then Neuralink would be like Inception because you'd be living a nightmare in a nightmare because you wouldn't be living in the real world. You'd be living on like a computer chip, even though you're like a human body. You'd be like in the Matrix. And it'd be like a life in a life. It'd be dumb. And then the aliens invade and then you like die because you're like a robot idle machine. Like, it's just so stupid. I mean, I'm not against that though, Pablo, with the Neuralink, with like helping disabled people and everything. It's just not everyone's going to be able to afford that. Do you think the common McDonald's employee that's like, 50 years old going to be able to get a Neuralink? You know what I mean? I ain't going to be like, Neuralink's $5, get yours now. Fuck that, let me die, bro. Don't put no damn idol tree in my place. Let me die. Supposedly it has and it's helped people. I don't either. Like, dude, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I know there's a lot on me when I make this statement, but like, when I say I choose to be single, I really do. And then like my own behavior doesn't help a little bit, but at the same time, like, bro, if I can't get a woman to take care of me now, I damn well know she ain't taking care of me if I was a fucking potato. Like, I'm good. I'll pass. Damn right. No, it's not that relations should. Yeah, Gates, but I mean, realistically speaking, between two rational adults, I mean, do you completely really want to just have sex with a stranger that you really don't know who the fuck it is? Now, I mean this realistically and responsibly thinking, not, the standard norm of thinking as we're talking about. I feel like most people are like, I get your point. I get your point. I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, but people, I'd have to quote a show. It'd be like Supernatural. You know, you're confusing like porn for reality. Hey, please don't joke about Moses and be blasphemous. No, I'm not Moses. But at the same time, more the relationship issue is like, do I really want to deal with your shit? Because no offense, I don't know. It could be something like you just chewing your fucking bubble gum. I like, and you don't know what it is, but it's just like driving you up a wall, and it's like your legitimate wife. Like, you know what I mean? It's going to happen. And it's people don't understand, like, there's going to be disagreements. It's another human being, like, and then, like, they don't understand this one biblically, like, bro, it, like, literally the Lord tells you to try to not understand, like, I do not mean to, like, tamper the word and distort it a little bit, but long story short, she's crazy, don't try to understand her. Like, long story short, it's a waste of your time. It's not going to work. Like, it's a losing battle. And then, yeah, I mean, like, people confuse, you know, what they see for reality. I didn't mean to, like, specifically, like, say porn or sex or anything. But people have a misconception to their relationship. Like, no, homeboy, you both work at like minimum wage jobs. Like, you go into Paris, like, yeah, you could save up for that. But like, you leaving tonight and going on like a fucking private jet? No. Because usually when you're doing that and you're making a lot of money, you're working pretty much 24 fucking 7. And then that's the other problem too, you know, relying on yourself. Waste. You know, somebody in my opinion, if you're really going to ask me that about what's my opinion on pastors that are really rich, they should have enough to take care of themselves, their family, but they should give the rest back to the church and the community, in my opinion, and like charities. All that and like other ways to like, you know, spread the word of Christ, like through good deeds in some way, shape, or form. And then of course, like, you know, the pastor has money to like to where they live, you know, take care of himself, his wife, his kids, you know, put them through school, yada 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 yada. But, you know, sitting here having like 100-room mansion and it's empty and all collecting dust, and you got like a bunch of, you know, ethnic people cleaning your mansion but hating immigrants, like, you know, it's a little weird. Because I don't know how true it is and how the government, like, you know, you got to take everything with a grain of salt. But if it is true, like with the organization and how our government thinks and views us, like people, like the voter, like you're kind of here to do what they want. Like, you're their slave. Like, God put them in their position where they're at, and you're there to do what they want. Like, fuck you. You come last. That's the type of, like, cult mentality where they're at. And, like, the organization was called, like, The Family. The guy's, like, organizer name was, like, Doug Coe. It's like that literal breakfast we have. Like, he's the reason why that exists. And it's a whole, like, shadow organization. They go around and spread, like, the word of Christ. Like, they take private flights and spend millions of dollars spreading the word of Christ and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, they do. They have, like, a whole, like, apartment complex rented out and everything. And it's, like, segregated, like, with women and men. Because apparently it was somebody that was on the inside of the shit was just like, that's where you got to take it with a grain of salt. But, like, somebody said they were on the inside of that and everything. And civilization comes at 7:30. Jason, I'm in North Carolina. Hey, stop spamming. I answered you. Well, ban. Oh, Gates, you're talking about the unclean spirits. I know that. And usually a false prophet is somebody that says something and it doesn't happen. And the problem with that line is that comes with people is what's your interpretation of, like, what happened when it happens? Is it supposed to be instant? A week from now? You know what I mean? But, like, because especially according to the Bible, it's supposed to be like, it'd be instant. Like, if I'm sitting there, like, let a volcano fucking erupt, like, it should, like, instantly. But, if I was like, Lord, let a fucking volcano erupt or let there be an earthquake or something, like, you know what I mean? It should be instant. And then you have the unclean spirits that supposedly come from a fucking sky and the dragon's mouth and from the cosmos, which I considered like extraterrestrials in my opinion. And it's like the three unclean spirits were like frogs in their throat. That's my opinion on it. That's where I like somehow like rationalized and like applied science and possibly where extraterrestrials could be within the Bible. Well, I'd hate to give such a cut and dry explanation of the Bible because I'd prefer people to read it from cover to cover and really in-depthly understand everything through it. But like, long story short, we were made, given a test run, wasn't working, sent his only son to guide us, still wasn't working, and then literally was about to kill us because we were killing it, and then his only son died for us. Long story short. Oh yeah, Adam, Eve. It is just the forbidden fruit. That's all it was. You know, we thought we could distinguish between right and wrong because technically we're all supposed to be naked right now. You know, after we ate the forbidden fruit, we realized we were naked. And they were trying to hide our nakedness from God, and God was like, "What do you mean you're naked? Oh, I already know you fucked up." You know what I mean? It's kind of like walking into your house and seeing your dog already scrunching. And you know you're already like, "What you done did?" That's where the problem started. Well, most people would say religion's a comfort, but it's a reality because at the end of the day, you can apply science to the Bible. People just refuse to do it and accept like where some facts are, and like it's just, you know, at a certain point you got to start to accept it may or may not be covetous and divination in itself, and you might want to stop while you're ahead because you're really not supposed to practice those anyways, because one of those, you know, is a commandment you ain't supposed to do. But like, you know, Pangea, I feel like was the island he tore apart. That, you know, all he had to do was move the tectonic plates. Obviously, if I, like I've said before on my stream, like the other night, like if God wanted to, yeah, he could slap us all back together. But I'm gonna be honest with you, we're probably all gonna die from the G forces that are about to happen of us, like on a continent shifting that fast and slapping all back together. Like, I mean, if God wanted to, yeah, we could all go right back to Pangea in a heartbeat. But you know, I'm pretty sure there's a well more thought out plan than that. Never mind, like the closest you can be to God is where the sun is all day, and we all know where that's at, and it's incredibly fucking cold there. And depending on like what you read, you know, technically God's wrath also comes in the cold. I feel the Holy Bible makes the most sense to me. It's just you got to be really humble and self-reflect about the situation, accept the fact you're not in control of the situation. I'm sorry, you're a useless piece of shit. And I can't find the fucking quote to the verse, but no, you can't even like if God was in a human body form thing, you can't even take your beard and wipe his feet. You're that useless. He tells you in the Bible that you're that useless. He reminds you that you are just ash and dust. But it's very, very like few verses like where you actually get degraded. It's just a self reminder of where you're at in this pecking order. And to not get carried away with yourself because God also saw the evil in his prophet's heart. Just because of basic human nature. Like, yeah, although they were good, you saw David over there sending the fucking husband of a wife that he fucking wanted right into the front of battle so he could get his wife and get him killed. That was his whole plan. Like, God saw the evil in his prophet's heart. Because you got to think about it mentally. Imagine you becoming a prophet right now. Literally, you're the prophet of the Lord. Imagine you being a prophet of the Lord right now. That amount of power you actually have. Like, you're going to do what the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean? And really push that line on, whether or not God loves you. Especially since you got chosen to be a prophet. You know what I'm saying? But it says in the Bible, like, even God himself saw the evil in his prophets' hearts. Because, some people would be like, give me money for your, a prophecy. People would try to monetize it now and everything else. I mean, you can just go down that infinite plethora of avenue of situations. And no, the fact that there's other religions doesn't surprise me at all. I have a controversial opinion. I feel like Satan's been playing a lot of games throughout that Bible and was trying to play God and look like God, but it was not God. Especially when you get into like Babel and then like all these other religions. And then God being a jealous God. You can't say other gods' names, and it all divides the Lord's home. Satan's a little piece of shit. And the worst part is you can't even get mad about it, because if you get mad about it, you give Satan the avenue to walk in. Because you start forming hatred and wrath, and there's the doorway. You already got in. You got to accept the fact that you're just useless ass and fucking dirt. There's nothing you can do. Just enjoy what you have in front of you. You lose. I've thought of any way possible to win. There's nothing I can do without, Jesus Christ. And I usually win no matter what I'm against. Really, whatever I'm against, I can win or find a solution to. Like this, no, dude, I'm fucked 9 ways to Sunday. Like, I'm done. Even kind of the conversation we're having now in itself, gives Satan an avenue in. Due to it being basic covetousness, because you're this is assuming any human understands God's authority, judgment, and why we're here and everything else. So it's a losing game. You might as well just fold. That's all I did. Because this ain't a problem. You can sit there, group up with people, and be like in a skiff type thing, with SEAL Team 6 or something, and some Pentagon classified meeting. No, that thing is right there with you. Hey, what are we talking about? There's nothing you can do. I don't get a haircut because I'm doing the Jesus Nazareth way, where you don't cut your hair or trim your beard. There's many teachings of Jesus I need to follow, and I fail every day, but this one I can't. All I gotta do is not cut or trim my hair or beard. You know what I mean? It's a win. I mean, this is true, Christina. Yeah, Gates, and unfortunately you can't look at other religions to strengthen your religion in God either, ironically enough. Well, I appreciate the compliment on my beard. Ashili Taro. No, and I've never been to Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, or Indiana. Pueblo wouldn't work. Like Pueblo, I make jokes about back in the day when we made nukes, we should have just nuked everybody and took over the world, said, fuck you, if you don't do what we said, we're going to nuke you. Like after we nuked Hiroshima and they surrendered, like we went to Russia, made them fucking surrender. Went to China, made them surrender. I mean, even if we did that, eventually at some point in this utopia one state, there's going to be a civil war that breaks everything apart. Like, yeah, we're allies now, but if you get into history, like, everything's kind of where it's at because we've kind of all, like, already fucking fought each other. A little bit, if you think about it. We've already tried the one state policy. We've gotten as far as we gotten. And we realized it was better to be nicer with each other than kill each other and try to take each other's shit. We've already been through the colonization, annexation type thing. I mean, you just look at the British colony right there, bro. They had everything for the most part. Like them damn Mongols. I don't see them on any annexation quests of old historical claims. True Gates, yeah. It's a very complicated situation why I'm homeless, Christina. There's a brief explanation in the description in the 3 dots right there. But long story short, I got arrested for telling a cop to go do their job because the way station had been closed for about a year. And there had been 3 fucking congressional hearings about fentanyl crisis. And I made a post on Facebook about our way station being closed. Well, it opened up the next day. And a state trooper had someone pulled over. Well, I pulled up, like, about 12 feet behind him, 20 feet behind him, and like yelled at him to get his fucking ass to the way station. Mind you, he had someone pulled over at the time, but nonetheless, told him to get his ass to the fucking way station and rip up that fucking speeding ticket he had. They didn't like that. I got arrested for obstruct resistant delay. So I went to jail for like 34 days. And then other than that, I got like a black mark on my name out here employment-wise. Like, I don't play around with people's food. So, like, I'm not cross-contaminating your shit. I'm making sure it's within its whole time. It's by its best sell date. There ain't no cross-contamination. So... And depending on how like my stream grows, how my stream grows, and how much I get annually, or I would say annually, monthly, and like I can technically say hey, hypothetically annually at that point from my monetization. That I'm not sure of yet. I'm still flying in the dark on that right now. No, I got blacklisted. No, homie, they're comfortable serving you meat that's been sitting in a cooler at 70 degrees for over 48 hours. Or comfortable washing where your fries go and where the fucking you are, like you dump your mop water and fill your mop up at. Like, no, homie. I mean, so much mold, it's been sitting there for damn near a year. And you try to like clean it and do the right thing and you get punished for that. You didn't serve that. You know what I mean? You had an issue serving that. But I mean, when you have the vice president of your company come into your store and call it a fucking joke, I wish people would start taking it a little bit more serious. Because I kept warning people, like, I was a little bit more like I'm kind of famous on social media. I've been doing this for a minute. I just been blocking a lot of people on Twitter. What was Twitter at the time and now X. I still block like pretty much everybody. But like I've been doing this a lot. And I tried to warn people that I had a presence on the internet and some like, I rattle a lot of cages. So like if I'm over here working somewhere, these people are going to make sure I'm doing my job or they're going to rattle my cage. You know what I mean? Like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? So, and I try to prepare for like, especially if I'm in the food industry for like Gordon Ramsay or fucking John Taffer to like come in, bro. And like, I operate at a level where like they're not going to chew my ass out. Like, I'm going to at least try to get to that. But it's a losing battle when all my coworkers don't give a fuck. Like, I'm over here with an online presence and a name and a reputation up to hold. And these people over here being willy-nilly, not giving a fuck, wanting to talk about this celebrity, see him and everything. And I'm just over here like, yep, sure. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I'm confident they don't want to see you. At least I look cool. I appreciate that, Corn. But no, all I got are basic misdemeanors. I don't have a record. And the sad part is they must have sealed the case, and I gotta figure that out, because when I look for a mugshot, I can't find it. And either they sealed it or I got kidnapped. And if homie got kidnapped and falsely imprisoned, that's a wonderful lawsuit, baby. So, too damn many. I mean, Gates, if they could all load in on that list, I could probably sit here for the next week hitting unblock and still not be done. I mean, I've been blocking people since I rejoined Twitter. Or X. Like, too damn many. And like when it was Twitter, I'd have people like that would have like millions of followers, like literally like and repost some of my content. So like people would see it. No, I mean, if I looked it up in like a certain way, yeah, probably could tell you. If I had actual access to like the site and the like, nitty gritty details, yeah. Because at that point, I could see like how many people are on my site and at once, like where they're coming from, IP addresses and all that. So you know what I mean? How do I cope with depression? I get the fuck over it. That's how I'd cope with it. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. Well, it's going to be ending here pretty soon, Owen. I just have a little bit more time just because it's early in the morning. Oh shit, I need to charge this phone. And at the end of the day, it's not victimization, but you need to have a realization that, like, shit happens. Like, you don't need to go, in my opinion, like, I'm not a medical professional, but, like, at the same time, you don't need to go be on an antidepressant if, like, your mother or your dog or your dad or somebody you're close to you actually, like, love or something dies. Like, because you're sad and feeling down does not mean you need to go and get antidepressants. Like, it's a natural, like, rational, like, human being response. It's mourning. It's typical grieving. At no point do you need medication to grieve. That just makes you codependent on something you don't need to be on. Because there's no fucking pill they can give you for that. That's like pretending, like people with PTSD, that I can give you a pill, or you talking to me about watching somebody literally walk out your base camp and blow the fuck up that you've been around for the last 10 years of your life. Like, there's no pill I can give you to fix that. If I give you a pill, I'm probably going to cause you more fucking problems. And I know it contradicts, like, medication, because I don't want people that are, like, feeling suicidal and wanting to kill themselves to not seek medical help in some way, shape, or form. But at the same time, you don't need to be, like, on a pill. There's a difference. There is a rational human response to things. Like, you are allowed to have emotions. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen. Me about to end this stream here, get some sleep, wake up and stream some more, and grow my stream. Like, well, Gates, that's just an excuse for someone wanting to be lazy. I mean, I can't blame them, but well, I appreciate that, bro. And yeah, it is a mindset. I mean, even though I have said many times, like, you can't visualize your reality, you kind of got it, like, you more or less got to manifest it yourself. You can't just visualize it. But it's kind of like the same way. If you're sitting here overthinking negative things are going to happen. If you're over here in your head all day, I suck, my life sucks, no one loves me, no one cares about me. When you're in, like, you can't recognize you're over here looking all down and sad, like, and people won't talk to you, it's because you look sad. It looks like you were at a fucking funeral. Like, what can I say to you to make you feel better? Like, don't get me wrong, like, I look a little bit more, like, scary how I am. But, bro, I wear glasses. If I had my glasses on, I'd look 1,000 times funnier than I do. Because I actually do wear glasses, like. And that's good. You got one exam left. Appreciate that, Corn. Thanks for the support. Well, I mean, I don't want to get into, like, reasons people don't want to talk to each other, but, like, long story short, though, the point I'm trying to get at is, if you're over there, I suck, like, I don't matter. Yeah, you're probably gonna be not having a great day. Because at no point is that pill going to fix the problem you have, because at some point that pill's going to wear out. Oh, my finger's over the microphone. Because at some point that pill is going to run out and you're going to have to be relying on it again. You're going to have to take it again. And if you don't, there'll be more like medical side effects to you. And there would have been none of them if you didn't take it to begin with. I do, King. I love me some God, Jesus Christ, Lord, Spirit, most sacred Bible. I wouldn't be here without him. Oh, you're talking about glasses. Excuse me. I was getting into something else. I misread that. No, how I look right now, no, the glasses would like soften my face. It definitely make me look a lot more nerdier. Not sure what he meant by that. Oh, trust me, I'm not that approachable person. I wouldn't be single and homeless right now. I would have been adopted like a damn dog, son. I already know I ain't adoptable. I wouldn't say adoptable, but attractive. That's what I meant to say. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know I say, hey, like I've been single by choice, but I really haven't been given really many options to say no. I mean, I've seen some like avenues of like where I could pursue, but I'm past the point of like chasing people. Like I already know if I'm having to chase you, it's done and over with. I've already tried that. It's never worked out. That race never ends even when I have you. No, I'm not a college graduate. Just read. And do a lot of other shit, man. I'm 31. I thought about going to college. I just couldn't get my mind around what I really wanted to do. So I never went. Very young, bro. I'm damn near half like midlife crisis age, dog. Bro, dude, what do you think I am, a pussy? Oh, God, man. Oh, no. It's been 16 hours I've been up. Oh, God. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to my shelter. Oh, man. Oh, Lord. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. Yeah, I'm in the States, bro. I shouldn't have breathed like that. I kind of made myself lightheaded. Whoops. But no, I'm able to function enough with my internal bleeding that it do happen or do have going on. Like there's a pain there, but it's nothing to where the point, like, I feel off, but it's not gotten like worse. It's just I still feel off. And it's just definitely the side effects of internal bleeding. I'm not like gushing blood. I want to say it's like trickling blood. I don't know. I'm too lazy to get it scheduled again. I've tried to schedule it twice. The paperwork's fell through twice, so I've just said, fuck it. I'm either dying or I'm waking up one morning and we'll get it fixed then. So I've already tried to get it fixed, but no. They want to treat me like a stereotypical homeless person. They think I want a place to sleep, free food, and pain medicine. Like, no, bro, I'm internally bleeding. I have money. And I want to go sleep in the woods. Like, I don't need any of this shit. Just fix this. Yeah, I know, right? Hello, mate. Taking a piss, mate. You what? You want some more? Fucking wanker. What? Wait, oh. Nah, boy. This ain't Birmingham, son. This is the South, son. Like, what the fuck you talking about, boy? Yeehaw! America Tea Party, son. Red coat, boy. Shit, if you want, you just gotta add me. We can play later. Like when I'm about to end the stream here soonish, just because I'm in a public area, I like to stream here at night. I've kind of overstayed and streamed, but I stream here more at night when it's dead. So that way, if people are playing music, it's not here on getting caught in the stream, possibly almost getting me copyrighted, and people's conversations, although that it's in the public nonetheless, isn't getting recorded on the stream. But yeah, I'm down to play Wild Rift. Thankfully, no, there's not too much crazy shit that happens here, Taro. Oh, like El Dinero, hombre? You want some of that El Dinero, hombre? Yeehaw, boy. Lily pad. I'm happy little bullfrog on lily pad, son. You want some of that El Dinero, hombre? Yeehaw, boy. Guacamole. Well, no, I can kind of do the Stitch voice, right here, and just say everything with it. You know what I did? Last gonna go, fuck you, motherfucker. You're a piece of shit. I don't like you. Oh, boy. Gates, a spaghetti taco should be a crime against nature and humanity. It should be a war crime. I feel that, that deserves a like a tactical nuke strike. A spaghetti taco, I mean, that's just offensive to both cultures. I mean, I feel like this is a land of the lost situation, and both the dinosaurs are looking at you for suggesting a spaghetti taco. Yeah, unfit. That's for damn sure. I mean, although it's a unique take, it probably could catch. You know what I mean? So, I mean, nonetheless, it's just fucking a taco with spaghetti noodles. That's it. It's like pineapple on pizza. It should be illegal and a war crime. I mean, like, it should be damn near like your constitutional rights are revoked. Like, I know you're not American if you want pineapple on your pizza. You are some secret fucking FSB agent. Like, I swear, there's no way. the only fruit that belongs on pizza is tomato. You are some fucking alien parallel time traveler or something, bro. Like, no. Pineapple does not belong on pizza. The only fruit that belongs is tomato. I'm not gonna ban you, bro. I'm not Italian or Mexican. Like, bro. I mean, I don't know. I ain't done a complete ancestry test, but I may or may not have a small percentage of that in me. I mean, I am a little bit Spanish, but nothing to the point where I'm on that technical side of culture. It's just one of those, like, you know, yeah, technically I am a little bit, but they do. I thought peppers were a vegetable. There's no way they're fruits. They're vegetables. You trolling right now. Straight to Guam. Hey, no, you can't send too many people there. It'll tip over. Gates. If you send too many people on Guam, the island will flip over. And I hope people are catching my sarcasm. Because it's more of an inside joke with politics. Because someone did believe that would happen to Guam, and they were or probably still are a state representative of America. But don't believe me, look it up. What's Google say? No, but it would be a different take, though. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's not really spaghetti; it's more pasta. But I mean, you know, you could have like chicken Alfredo taco, and you know what I mean. And then like a meatball like taco. I mean, you know, it's got peppers and onions and mushrooms in it. I know you're gonna piss off Mexicans with that, but or like Hispanic people, Latino people, Hispanic. You know what I mean? If you were to dare claim it fucking authentic Mexican food. Hey, I'm just saying, hey man, I'm an entrepreneur. I don't care what it is. All I want to do is make money. Trust me, I know how to cook too. I got some good cooking ass ideas. Love me some food, bro. I do plan on getting a home, but I'm working on like how much I get financially from YouTube right now. So I mean, I could get millions of dollars one day. I mean, just never know. No, I'm an amoeba of content. My core of my content is gonna be is this, like these interactive streams. Other than that, I might be playing a video game. You know, I got my own place. I have company over. Like, if I do get a significant other, she's not going on the stream at all. I'm not having her involved in that. What is mine is mine. And I ain't dealing with it. Like, no. But I got my I got to get another drone because I would be doing the drone footage, but as like I couldn't even stream through the drone the camera footage, and it wouldn't get audio, and then like it would lag really bad, so it'd lead to like crashing if you weren't careful. One of them was already fucked to begin with, but. And then, like, if I had better, like, transportation other than walking everywhere, like, I could go to a trail that's, like, close by. Oh, I wouldn't say close by, but, like, hours away. And then, like, record the trail with, like, a GoPro and, like, drone footage. And then, like, if it had, like, a disc golf course or something, play that as well. And then also take pictures. And, like, live stream it. Yeah, but a $300 drone, I still don't think it's going to be what I need. Steam Deck will probably be where it's at. And if it's running at that high pixelation, if I can do something with the camera and everything, does it have a camera and all that on it still too? If it's running at that high pixelation, those would be some pretty clear pictures. Why would I want to sell my soul to that, Gates? Am I hiring? I don't know what I make financially yet from YouTube, but yes, I am. Like, at no point am I going to be sitting there making millions. Like, I'm not saying I do, but when I do, I'm not going to be making millions of dollars and making people moderate my channel for free. If I'm sitting here, like, I legitimately been streaming for the last 6 hours. Like, if I made you sit here for the last 6 hours, like, bro, I'm paying you $60 type thing. If I was paying you $10 an hour. I just don't know what I'm making and how much you can afford, and, like, you know what I mean? It's a whole budget I got to work out. Right now, I've just opened the avenue and flying blind right now, budget-wise, from my YouTube monetization. And I got to be realistic about getting me through my daily needs as well as saving up and help, investing into my stream. Because I do appreciate the people that are subscribed to me, the 9,000 people that are, and the return viewers. It has been dropping, but I ain't been streaming these days lately, and I've been getting caught up way too much into politics and mixing the two a little too much, but I do, Gates. I appreciate the Lord and God, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, motorcycle Bible's blessings. Like, bro, I can't believe I have 9,000 people subscribed to me. I can't wait to have more. Right now, I'm just in that weird growth I usually have within my YouTube growth. I'm kind of back at this thing where I'm like, I'm growing, but like I've kind of like plateaued a bit, but like I'm gonna have a spike off again. So I'm not tripping about it too much. It's just me getting all my shit together and ducks in a row and handling everything I gotta fucking handle and doing it all at once. It's just, we're getting there. But like within the next year, like me being homeless is more going to be by fucking choice than it is being like uh, some fucked up situation. Okay, bro, I got you. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have a core content though of like interactive streams, but I don't want it to be like right now. I'm having to like I only have so many options, but like I don't want it to consistently be. Oh well, it's a new day. Here's Matt. Like, what's he doing? Oh, this same boring shit. Now, oh Matt's playing League today. Oh no, Matt's playing this game. Oh, Matt's playing this cool mobile game. Oh, Matt's at a fucking trail today, or Matt's at the beach today. Oh shit, Matt's at this restaurant. Oh shit. Like, if I could trust people being a little bit more comfortable on my stream and respect, like, I respect people's privacy, oh shit, Matt's asking this stranger a question, or, like, he's in this town today. That place looks cool. I might, like, go vacation there. Okay, All Star. That's nice to know. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a blessed day today. I was getting to the point I wanted to end my stream on a more positive note, but hey, Mickey, welcome back. How you doing? Damn nose itching because my mustache. This is playing Gates. I can give a fuck, man. I'm here to grow my stream, man. This is all about me. I'm worried about myself. Like I said, I'm human. I'm not perfect. I'm getting better at things. And it's about to get perfected. That's for damn show. What vlogger shiz. Oh, I know. Fuck them. I don't care. Like, bro, these videos are unprivatized anyways. Like, Morning, baby. They're a bored individual, though, to be here wasting that much time on me, though. That's all I gotta say. And I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate y'all tuning in as well up here. Again, as I always say, I hope you all had a blessed day. And I am legitimately stream. I know I keep saying it, but I wasn't just trying to like end it midstream, like where somebody might have been like responding or saying something or trying to ask me something real quick. That's all. So, but on that note, thank y'all for tuning in. I hope you all have a blessed rest of your Wednesday. I'll see you on the next stream. I will be streaming later today, and I will do a game stream tonight. And then if you do want to add me on like Wild Rift, and I will find other games to play. You can add me on Wild Rift. I don't really care about the rank. I'll just play unranked or whatever. Not a fucking elo whore, as they would call it. And I'll find other games to play for multiplayer. But as I always say, though, thanks for tuning in, and I hope you all have a blessed rest of your day, and I'll see you on the next one.